Hello everyone, my name is Zura and I'm the Codeholic. On this channel I do coding tutorials and challenges as well as some tips, tricks and advices. If that sounds interesting to you, consider subscribing. I have been working on this project for a very long time and I'm so excited that I want to show you demo immediately. Let's open the domain yoursurveys.xyz. It's going to redirect you to the login page. Let's click register for free and fill up this form. As soon as you fill up the form, click the sign up button. You will be registered and redirected to the dashboard page. Dashboard is an overview and gives you information about latest survey, total surveys, total answers, and latest answers. Let's go on the surveys page. So far we don't have any surveys, so let's create a new one. We can choose image on a survey or leave it empty, it's optional. We need to specify title and description. We can set the expire date, whatever we want in the future, and we can mark the survey active or leave it draft. Next, we need to add questions. Let me add a couple of questions. We have 5 types of questions: text, select, radio, checkbox, and text area. Select, radio, and checkbox type questions need additional options. You can add as many options as you want. Here, I have added 7 questions, and let's have a look at all of them. Some of them is checkbox, some of them is radio. I have also text field and text area questions. Now, let's submit the form. As soon as you submit the form, you get the notification that the survey was successfully created. We can have a look that the questions do exist right there. So all 7 questions, checkboxes, radios, with their all options we defined is right there. Okay, let's click this view public link. That's going to open the survey from which we can take and complete that. That's a public URL, meaning that you don't need to be authorized to complete that survey. Let's go in the survey listing, and right here we see one survey. We have this open button right here as well, and the delete survey button. Let's go in the dashboard, and now we see that the latest survey is there, total surveys. We don't have any answers so far. Now, let me actually take that survey, complete that to make an answer. I'm going to choose some options right here, specify some text in text area and text field as well, and hit the submit button. As soon as we submit the survey, we get this nice notification. We can submit another survey if we want. Now let's go back and reload the page. And now we see we have total answers 1. On the right side, we also see the latest answer. Let's actually go to the surveys page. Right now, we only have 1 survey. Down below, we see the pagination, but it's not going to work because we have only 1. I'm going to actually import many surveys and have a look how they look like, and we're going to have a look at the pagination as well. Here, I imported database with 12 surveys and answers as well. And this is how it looks. Let's go on the surveys page. We see all the surveys with their images. It looks nice. We have pagination implemented. Let's go on the second page. Right here, we have only 2 records. This looks awesome. And I forgot to mention, but everything, absolutely everything, is responsive and mobile and tablet friendly. If we expand this now, this is the tablet view. We always see those cards divided like this, spread like this. If we even resize on the dashboard size, this is how our cards look like. Okay, this works up to very small screen size. Let's go on the surveys page. This is slightly buggy, so we're going to fix that. But look at this, so 330 pixel. Okay, and that's going to work perfectly. Here we have all those cards. If we expand it on tablet view, we see 2 cards next to each other. If we go inside the card, all the questions also are, let's click on that, all the questions also are responsive. I think we need to work slightly on the header in terms of responsiveness. Whenever you click that view public link, if the survey is not active or its expire date has already been passed, then you're going to see not found. So right now the survey is not active and we see not found. This page is ugly, I know, but the idea is that you should not be able to see the survey if it's not active. Okay? As soon as I activate that survey and save this, now let's close this and go up. and view public link, and now we see that survey. Or even if I change that expired date into past, I actually technically cannot change this into past, but if the expired date passes, then also we're going to see not found right here. I hope you like the demo. We're going to build everything from scratch. We're going to build Laravel REST API with authentication, then frontend with the Tailwindcss and Vuejs, and connect them together. So the project, the process is not split into backend or frontend. The process is basically combined. Sometimes I make some changes in the backend, then on the front end. So this is building a full stack application. Finally, we're going to deploy this on a production-ready environment. As a choice of hosting provider, we're going to use Hostinger, which is also a sponsor of this video. We're going to talk about Hostinger a little bit later. I'm going to also show you how you can sign up and how you can go through the whole process, setting up your domains and SSLs and hostings, and how you can connect to your account using SSH and deploy your REST API as well as your frontend. We're going to do the whole process. But for now, let's talk about the things what we are going to learn in this video and the things what are the prerequisites for this video. As a prerequisite, I only suggest you to have a little bit of knowledge of Laravel and a little bit of knowledge of Vuejs. If you don't have any prior knowledge of these technologies, just don't skip the video, try to go with that. Maybe you understand most of the things. If you don't understand, you can just start Googling and find out on your own. Just try to follow the video in any case, if you are interested, of course. If you're stuck at any point, you can check out the video description. There's a GitHub link. I think there are already about 100 commits which I made. I plan to continue this process and involve this open source project. If you are interested to contribute in this project, you're more than welcome to do so. Just send a pull request if you have anything to modify in the project. What are you going to learn by building this application? You're going to learn how to build Laravel REST API with authentication, how to work with API resources, how to work with request data, how to handle uploaded files and save that on a file system, how to generate migrations, work with the models, how to install Composer packages and integrate into your project. And there are much more things you're going to learn around Laravel in this project. As for the front-end side, you're going to learn how to set up a project using Vite with Vue 3 and Tailwind 3, which has been released recently. You're going to learn how to set up Vuex and Vue Router with that. You're going to learn Composition API. You'll also learn how to install third-party packages and use like Axios, for example. You're going to learn a lot of Vue.js advanced concepts. You're going to learn how to create reusable components, and there are, again, much more things you're going to learn. But more importantly, you will learn how to prepare everything and deploy it on a production. I want to ask you one thing. I have been working on this project for a very long time, and this type of projects requires a lot of energy and time. If you really feel that this video is a little bit of helpful, just give it a like, share, and provide a comment. Even if you don't like something, just provide a comment. So that type of activity, like writing a comment, like or share, helps the YouTube algorithm to promote my video and show it to others. And if you feel that my content is useful, I will really appreciate if you subscribe and enable notifications. In the video description, there are time codes. So if at some point you feel that you don't want to watch that section and skip that, just check out the time codes and feel free to skip. Yeah, I almost forget one important information. I'm going to continue this tutorial series, so there will be more videos coming on this full stack application. So, for example, I plan to add authentication using social auth, and there are a couple of other things I plan to do. So definitely subscribe if you are not yet to see more videos like this. Now, let me actually talk a little bit about our sponsor Hostinger. I am generally skeptical with the shared hosting platforms. I have used one of the shared hosting platforms many years ago, and it was very uncomfortable for me to work. It had very limited access on my PHP configuration. I could not change my PHP version. I could not enable some PHP functions, and I had only FTP and FileZilla, which by the way, I hate to upload my files on the server. So it was a very bad experience, and since that, I always prefer to choose virtual private servers, VPS. It costs a little bit more, but I have more control on whatever I do. I can set up my server, whichever server I want. I can set up my languages, my databases. It's a little bit for advanced people, but because I have all kind of configurations, I really like VPSs. But I am using Hostinger shared services for a couple of months already. I am really surprised and impressed. So they have really user-friendly H panel. It's not old-fashioned cPanel. And there are a lot of configurations, and that's why I'm surprised. So I have SSH access, full SSH access, inside which I have Git and Composer and PHP and everything I need. I have a user interface from which I can set up my cron jobs if I need. I have PHP version switcher if I want. I have possibility to enable any kind of PHP extension I want or disable. I have possibility to even enable the functions which are blocked by security, like shell exec, for example, or exec. And there are much more things which made me impressed. And now I start using that shared hosting for all kind of my websites, because I think it's pretty cool. I don't have to set up everything on my own. And I have also possibility to control whatever exactly I need. That's really awesome. Okay, let's check their main website and have a look at the pricing and everything. Because in my opinion, price to value ratio is just amazing. And I really honestly recommend that. Okay, on the homepage, we see right here, basically they almost always have some kind of discount. And the premium shared hosting just costs $2.5 per month. And that includes more than hosting. So we can have a look. Let's click on See All Features. I want to show that to you. So that $2.5 gives you possibility to have, those are basically everything ticked. It gives you possibility to have free domain and SSL. Like they are constantly improving their services. So like last time I checked that, they didn't have that many services. And I'm looking for where is domain. I want free domain. Where's that? Here it is. No, that's not. Free domain right here. So free domain, free SSL, free email. If you are a WordPress developer, I think this is exactly for you. I actually feel comfortable in Laravel and deploy my application without any problem, but they have very optimized for WordPress. So that's their premium shared hosting, and I'm going to select that and have a look how we can actually set up our account. So right here we have a couple of options for how long I want to take my hosting. By default, it's selected on 48 month. Okay, I can select 12 month, whichever you prefer. If you take just 48 month, you get an insane discount and you only pay this amount for 4 years. But I think most common will be 12 months for everyone, because I generally I take for 12 months. Okay, and we take $31. Right here, you need to sign up. If you generally decide to go with that, you need to sign up, provide your email right here, or sign up with social accounts. But one important thing, right here in the coupon code section, just provide the code holic, and that's going to give you 10% additional discount. And since you register and provide some credentials, then you will be redirected to an H panel. And if you do that, I'm going to see you there. After you register, during the setup process, Hostinger will give you a free domain. You need to claim the domain and search for your desired one you want. When you log in your Hostinger H panel, you're going to see the domain right there. Once you log in, you will see your homepage with an overview of your existing and used services. Right here we see our setup section, inside which we have 2 available SSL certificates. You probably see a domain right here in the setup section, the free domain, you got it. We see hosting, domains, VPS, and email section. Here's my domain, yourservice.xyz, which we need to configure and edit to the hosting. Let's go through the tab right here. We see hosting section right here. We see emails, which we can configure. We see domains. We see servers, which is for virtual private servers. SSL section, and few others. Now, I'm going to go in the hosting section and click Add Website. I'm going to specify right here my domain that's going to be yoursurveys.xyz. And the password, I'm going to choose some random password, which I'm going to copy and save. Okay, my domain has been added right here in the list of websites. Now I want to add a second website, which is going to be api.yoursurveys.xyz. Generate another password, grab and save this one as well, and hit on Add Website. Now, I added those two websites. I want to go in the SSL section and assign SSL to my websites. Let's click on Setup right here. I'm going to choose yoursurveys.xyz and install SSL on that. Okay, the SSL is being installed. Let's go back again in the SSL section and choose Setup on the next one and choose API yoursurveys.xyz and install SSL right here as well. Generally, Hostinger's shared hosting comes with free SSL. But if you don't have free SSL, or if you want more than one free SSL, then you probably need to look for install free SSL on Hostinger. There are a couple of articles which you can follow. For example, this one, which gives you a possibility to install free SSL from Let's Encrypt on shared hosting. This one uses the zero SSL from SSL for free. And the domain is SSL for free as well. You can click on that and follow, just type your domain right here and just create free SSL certificate, follow all the steps. It's pretty straightforward. You just need to approve the ownership of your domain, and that's it. You're going to get free SSL. Just follow that instructions if you want more than one free SSL. Okay, let's go on the SSL section, and we see all three SSLs are active. Now let's actually type yoursurveys.xyz in the browser and see what happens. We see your account has been created. We see default page with SSL secure. Okay, let's try the subdomain API yoursurveys.xyz. That's going to work as well. All right, we have our domains actually ready. We have SSL certificates ready. We have hosting ready. The domains are active. Now we need to work on the project, develop it, and finally we're going to deploy it. First of all, I'm going to open CMD. Navigate in the folder I want to create my project. Then I'm going to run composer create project, specify the package name as well as the local folder name. Or I'm going to install Laravel installer globally and then run Laravel new and the local folder name in which I want to create my project. It's going to grab Laravel-based project and then install all its dependencies. This will basically take several seconds or several minutes. We have to wait this and get back when this is done. Now we need to open XAMPP control panel, start Apache and MySQL, open localhost/phpMyAdmin in browser, from which we need to create our database. Now I'm going to click New button. Specify the database name as Laravel_survey. I'm going to choose the encoding to be UTF-8 and before Unicode CI, and then click Create button. Okay, I already have my project installed and the database is created. Now I'm going to open my project using PHP Storm. It's going to take several seconds until the project is fully opened in PHP Storm. Now we need to start the project. For this, we need to navigate into Projects folder through Terminal and run PHP Artisan serve. You can do this from CMD, or you can do this from PHP Storm's integrated terminal. I'm going to actually do this from here. So I'm going to write PHP Artisan serve, which will start the Laravel's built-in server. We can click on the link and the application is open on localhost port 8000. Alright, we have our application started and now we need to apply migrations. If we just run PHP Artisan migrate, we're going to see an error. This is because Laravel is not configured to connect database properly. I'm going to use MySQL for this project, but first I'm going to show you how you can do this on SQLite database. We need to open env and in the DB connection we need to write SQLite. We can comment the rest of the parameters right here, but we need to also create database SQLite file inside the database folder. Now we can bring up the terminal and run php artisan migrate once again, and now migrations are applied successfully, which is inside the database SQLite file. Okay, now I'm gonna change the connection. I'm gonna delete this file actually and change the connection back to MySQL. Everything basically is the same. I'm gonna connect to localhost port 3306. However, the database will be Laravel survey. The username is root and the password is empty. I'm gonna run php artisan migrate once again, and migrations are now successfully applied inside the MySQL database. We reload in the phpMyAdmin, and if we open Laravel survey database, we see all the migrations have been applied successfully. Okay, now I'm going to configure editor config file, which comes with the Laravel's default installation. I'm going to open it, and down below right here, I'm going to write for any file which ends JS or CSS or less or SCSS or even Vue, I'm going to set the indent size to be 2, and that's basically it. Now, let's generate a Vuejs application. For this, we can bring up CMD once again, navigate to the project folder, and run npm init vite and the local folder name. Or I'm going to actually close the CMD and do this from PHPStorm's terminal. npm init vite and the Vue right here. It will ask me which boilerplate I want to use. I'm going to use Vue right here. It will ask me if I want to use Vue or Vue with TypeScript. I'm going to choose Vue and hit enter. The project was successfully generated. We can see under Vue folder. And now we're going to run npm install and npm run dev from the Vue folder. As soon as this is done, Vuejs server is up and running. We can open localhost at port 3000 and we can see Vue is running. Now we need to install Vuex. For this, I'm going to stop the server and run npm install -s Vuex at next to install the latest version. Hit the enter. As soon as this is installed, I'm going to start the Vuejs server back, and now we need to create our Vuex store. For this, I'm going to go inside the source folder and I'm going to create store folder right there, and inside the store folder, I'm going to create index.js. Okay, right here I'm going to create a store variable using create store function. My PHPStorm automatically detects that there exists create store function from multiple packages, and I'm going to hit the enter right here, and it automatically exports the create store function from Vuex for me. And the create store accepts configuration object, inside which we need to specify state, getters, actions, mutations, modules, and finally, we're going to export our store. Next, we need to open main.js, and right here we need to import the store from the store folder. And after our create app function, I'm going to call use on the store. That's basically it. The store is used. Now, in my store state, I'm going to add user and data. I'm doing this in order to check if my store state works without any issues. After this, I'm going to open up Vue, and I'm going to use my state right here. For this, for now, I'm going to use Vue2 syntax. I'm going to export default object. Inside the computed, I'm going to write map state and import map state from Vuex as well. And in the map state, I'm going to specify an array where we have user. Okay, now this user can be used in the template, and I'm going to print this right here. Let's have a look in the browser, and we see an error. That's because I forgot to remove setup attribute from the script tag, which uses composition API. Now everything works fine. Okay, I'm gonna basically use the hello world component right here under components object. Okay, looks good. I'm going to actually revert everything back. I don't need any changes made right here. I did this for just testing. On the following link from Tailwind.css official documentation, you can see how you can install Tailwind.css with your Vuejs project. We need to install several packages. I'm going to open terminal and run npm install -d Tailwind.css, post.css, and auto-prefixer. That's going to install those dependencies. After this, we're going to install npx Tailwind.css init-p, which will install Tailwind.css and post.css config files. Here we can see both of them. Next, we're going to copy and paste the following content array, open Tailwind config.js, and replace empty content array with copied one. Next, we're going to create index.css and copy the following Tailwind-based components and utilities. I'm going to go in the source and create index.css right here and paste my copied styles. And finally, I'm going to import my index.css in the main.js. Okay, now we need to install a few more packages like headless UI/Vue, hero icons/Vue, and Tailwind.css forms plugin. Okay, now I can start my server. Next, I'm going to open Hello World component, open the tailwindui.com, and find sign-in and registration pages right here. This is a nice example of login form. I'm going to go in the code, and as we can see, this one requires Tailwind.css forms plugin. I'm going to copy this code, go back in my Hello World component, and replace everything what I have right there. And in the Tailwind config, in the plugins, I'm going to write require Tailwind.css/forms. Okay, now let's have a look in the browser. This is nice form on our localhost 3000. Now, we need to run npm install -s Vue Router at next to install the actual Vue Router. Then I'm going to go in the source folder, and under router folder, I'm going to create index.js. Right here, I'm going to create a constant variable router, which is going to be a result of create router. The create router accepts a configuration object. Right here, I'm going to write history corresponds to create web history, which is a function as well. And this is going to be imported from the Vue Router. Then the second I'm going to pass in the configuration object is the routes. Now we need to create that routes. And finally, we're going to export the router from this file. Then we need to go in the main.js. And just like we imported store, we need to import router. And down below, just like we are using store, we need to use router. That's basically all. Now router is used by our Vue application. Now, let's start our development server once again, and we need to configure routes. I'm going to go in the index.js from the router folder and create a login route right here, path login, name is login, and the component is login as well. However, the component doesn't exist yet. I'm going to copy and paste this route a few times, and I'm going to define dashboard path right here with the dashboard component and register path with the register component. As I mentioned, the components doesn't exist yet, so I'm going to go in the source and create views folder, and inside the folder I'm going to create dashboard.view component. I'm going to create h1 with just dashboard text. Next, I'm going to copy and paste this dashboard component 2 times, create login and registration, and in the login I'm going to just write login. In the register I'm going to write register right there. Now let's go in the index.js to use our created components. So we have those right here. I'm going to import those components. I can write import manually, like import dashboard from views/dashboard.view. The extension is important. Or I can let my PHP Storm import for me. Alt and enter, hit enter right here, and the import was automatically written. Now we need to go in the app view and remove everything and create right here router view tag. Okay, now we need to see a result in the browser. So right here we see an error, I think because the automatically importing doesn't add the extension right there, .view. Okay, here is dashboard/login/register. Everything works fine. Now, I'm going to grab everything from hello world.view, copy that, and paste in the login.view, and paste in the register.view as well. However, I'm going to change the title for register for free. Now let's have a look. This is how login looks like. This is how register looks like. However, when we access the dashboard page, it just shows dashboard text. We need to define dashboard component as well. I'm going to go in the tailwindui.com, search for the dashboard component in the stack layouts. Right here we have it, nice dashboard. I'm going to copy and paste that in the dashboard component, and this is how our dashboard looks like. However, now I'm going to copy and paste dashboard component and call this surveys. Now I need that header in both pages, surveys and dashboard. So we need to define layouts. Okay, this nice header. I'm going to go in the components and just create default layout.view. I'm going to copy and paste everything from the dashboard component into the default layout. And from here, I need to identify basically where is the content. The content is the dashed box and the dashboard header. Okay, so I'm going to grab that header tag as well as the main tag, cut that from here, and right here in the default layout, I'm going to create router view. This is where the content will be rendered. In the dashboard, instead of that h1, I'm going to paste this header and this main tag. Okay, now I'm going to open router file, and right here I'm going to define a couple of things. First of all, I need to redirect slash into slash dashboard. Then down below, I'm going to define the children. So first of all, I'm going to change also the component to be default layout, and it's going to be automatically imported by PHP Storm. And I'm going to define children routes. The path needs to be slash dashboard. The name needs to be dashboard, and the component will be dashboard. Okay, let's save this. I'm going to remove the name on the default layout, and this is how our dashboard looks like. Pretty good. We have the same result. This is login, and we have dashboard as well. So if I copy and paste login and register and put them as children of the default layout, login and registration will also have this nice header. This is not what we want at the moment, so I'm going to basically undo this change. So login and register needs to have a clear layout. Now I'm going to delete this hello world. I don't need that anymore. In the surveys.view, I need to modify this one as well. Okay, so right here, I'm going to just write all surveys. So I'm going to display all surveys right here, and I'm going to clean up a couple of things. So I'm going to remove this data, I'm going to remove the components, and I'm going to remove this setup as well. So basically an empty component. Now I'm going to go in the router and define surveys route right here. The name of the component will be surveys. And I'm going to import the surveys component as well. So right here, I'm going to just duplicate the dashboard and just call it surveys. Perfect. Now if I access dashboard, this is how it looks like. If I access surveys, this is how it looks like. So I need to basically have the same type of title as I have in the dashboard. So I'm going to grab that header as well as the main. However, we need to identify where the exact place where content goes. Content goes right here instead of that dashed box. I'm going to copy that, open this surveys.view and paste this right here, and I'm going to call this surveys. Okay, perfect. This is our surveys page. This is how our dashboard page looks like. Pretty awesome, right? Now, we need to handle the case so that if the user tries to access the dashboard but doesn't have authorization token, we need to redirect user to the login page. For this, I'm going to open the router, and under default layout route, I'm going to add a meta requires auth true. I'm basically telling the router that this path basically requires authentication. Okay, down below on the router, before each, I'm going to pass a callback, which accepts to, from, and next. So this basically indicates from which route user is trying to redirect on which route, and next basically is a callback. So right here we need to write an if statement. If the to route on which we try to redirect requires authorization, and now we need to basically check if the user is not authorized. For this, I'm going to open the store, and right here we have the token. And this token basically indicates if the user is authorized or not. It's null at the moment, okay? So we just need to write if store, and when I type store, it automatically imports that for me. If it doesn't import, you have to import manually. If store state user token does not exist, and we try to open the page which requires auth, then we redirect user to the login page. Otherwise, we let the user go on the page the user basically was trying to go. If we try to access dashboard now, we are redirected to the login page. If we try to access surveys, we are still redirected to the login page. However, on register, we stay there. Now, we need to handle the second case. What happens if the user actually is already authorized and we try to access the login page? Okay, we need to prevent this as well, and if the user tries to access the login page and is already authorized, we need to redirect it to the dashboard. So for this, I'm going to write if store state user token exists, which means if the user is authorized, and the route we're trying to access is either login or a registration, we're going to put this in the parentheses. Then we need to redirect user to the dashboard page. Otherwise, we let the user go on the page he was trying to access. Okay, now let's have a look. If I try to access dashboard, I'm still redirected on the login page. However, if I set some value inside the token, now I'm already on a dashboard page. I try to log in, however, it redirects me to the login page as well as on the registration. That's basically the whole setup of redirect flow. Now, let's open our roles and have a look. We have two guest roles, login and registration. And we are using those roles down below in before each callback. So if the user has token and the path name, the route name is login or registration and so on. What happens if in the future we're going to add other guest roles like request password reset or password reset? We have to basically write OR statements multiple times. So just like we did a default layout, I'm going to create right here auth layout. I'm going to give it a path auth. The name will be auth as well. The component name will be as well auth. And we're going to redirect this to the login path. And it's going to have children right here. And I'm going to copy and paste these roles inside the children. And that's I think all. I think we're missing component right here. So let's put this. Okay, now let's open login and I'm going to remove first of all these comments and let's identify what is content and what is layout. So this portion of the code is actually content of the page and everything else inside the template will be a layout. Basically, I'm going to copy everything from here and go in the components and create auth layout. I'm going to paste everything right here. Then I'm going to identify what is content and replace this with router view. I'm going to go in the login view and remove what is part of layout, and that's it. And I'm going to do the same thing in registration page, basically. First of all, let's remove all comments and remove part of the layout. Okay, looks good. And in the roles, we're going to basically import the auth layout. I'm going to duplicate default layout and change this into auth layout. And here it is. Our login works just like it was working before. Let's actually make some modifications in the login and registration form. First of all, I'm going to remove this href and change this into a router link with the to property goes to the name with a register. Okay, I'm going to change the text as well to register for free. I'm going to go in the login and in the login, I'm going to change the text to be a login to your account. And in the router link, I'm going to specify a route with the to property to login page. Okay, let's have a look down below. I'm going to actually remove the password, forgot password link from both. We don't need that. I'm not going to implement. Let's have a look. Okay, this looks good. The linking also works fine. Let's actually create another field in the registration form. So I'm going to call this field full name. And basically, I'm going to replace every mentioning of email to be a name, just like this. And we have to replace a placeholder as well. Okay, looks good. So we have full name, email. However, let's observe this. The email address has rounded corners. That's because it has a Tailwind.css class somewhere. Okay, rounded TMD. Let's remove this. And now it doesn't have rounded top. Looks good. The linking works fine. So now let's remove remember me on the registration page. We don't need that. And the last thing is to change this sign in into sign up. Okay, we prepared our forms. That looks good. Okay, one more addition. Just like we have meta requires auth, I'm going to add meta is guest corresponds to true. Okay, using this property, I'm going to basically replace right here in this if statement, I'm going to replace the basically name comparison to login and registration with meta is guest. So if the route on which we want to navigate is a guest route, basically the user is redirected to the dashboard. So let's open actually store, and I'm going to basically modify the token and write some value right there. So the user will be redirected to the dashboard. If I try to access login or registration, I'm redirected to the dashboard page, which proves that our is guest property works exactly as we wanted. So far, I was working in PHP Store, and now I opened the Vue as a separate project in VS Code. Okay, let's understand the default layout, what we have right there. So we have a bunch of Tailwind.css classes. Right here we have the for loop, we navigate, we iterate over the navigation array. And down below, let's actually collapse this and have a look. So down below we have the user object with email, name, and image. And that user object is used right here in the navigation. We have the navigation array in which we iterate and display those menu items. And those menu items are displayed on a mobile as well. And we also have the user dropdown, which is displayed on mobile as well as on the desktop, and the notification, bell notification icon. Okay, let's have a look in the template. As I mentioned, we have a bunch of CSS classes, and right here we have the hidden and empty block, which just displays it on a desktop screens, but hides it on a mobile. And that's the profile dropdown, as we see. We have this basically menu button, which is only visible on a small devices. If I just resize, this is the button we're looking at right now. Down below we have this disclosure panel, which is has a class empty hidden. That one is only visible on small devices, and it has its own navigation. This one is that navigation. Down below we have the user profile, which is also only visible on mobile. And down below we have that user navigation, which is this one. And that's basically it. Okay, this is how our default layout looks like. I'm going to work in the default layout. So let me actually first change the token in the Vuex so that we have this nice dashboard. And I'm going to work on the layout and change the menu items, remove the bell icon right here, and adjust the user menu as well. Let's go in the default layout. And let's find out, first of all, what we are using. We have the user constant variable right here. We have navigation, a couple of things. I'm going to basically cut the user go in the index.js in the store, and this data should generally come from the store. And now in the default layout, I'm going to use these from the store. At least I'm going to try to use from the store. Okay, let's scroll down below, and right here we are using that user variable. Now, I'm going to create a store variable using useStore function. That useStore function needs to be imported. Let's go up, and right here I'm going to write import useStore from Vuex. Also, I will need computed function to be imported from the Vue package. So I'm going to do that. Now let's go down again, and the user corresponds to computed, which accepts a callback function, and we're going to return store state user data. Let's save this, and that data basically will be sent to the component, and we have an error. So that basically I have a typo. Instead of computed, it should be computed. So T is missing somewhere. So I save that, reload the page, and here we have. Now let's start working on the default navigation. So I'm going to remove these links, and I'm going to change the hrefs into 2. I'm going to specify right here name to be dashboard. We don't need the current, and I'm going to change the team name into surveys and the href into 2, which will be the name of the row to surveys, and I'm going to remove current right here as well. Let's now find out where this navigation is used. So this one is one place, which uses disclosure button, and it has a couple of attributes which we don't need. I'm going to change this into router link. I'm going to remove this as attribute. I'm going to change this href into item into 2 and item 2. So first of all, we need to add active class right here. And I'm going to copy everything right here if the item is current. So that's going to be active class. And now I'm going to change this item current into something like this. If the current route name does not equal to the navigation item name, then this means that this is not current and the following classes will be added. If it's current, empty, otherwise the following classes. Now, we need to remove this area current. So let's go up and find the second navigation mentioning. I'm going to change this into router link as well. Let's change the href into item 2. And do the same thing. Let's add active class to be the following classes: bggray 900 text white. And instead of item current, we're going to write this route name. If that equals to item 2 name, then nothing is added. Otherwise, empty class. Okay, looks good. Okay, let's have a look in the browser. We have those two links. When we click, that works fine. If we have a look in the mobile menu, those links are working fine there as well. Now, we need to work on the user dropdown. Let's search for the user navigation, where it is, right here, and we're going to remove that user navigation completely. And where it is used, we need to remove it from all its usages and we need to change. So I don't need that v4. Basically, I'm going to have a single logout button. Whenever we click on that, it's going to call a logout. So I'm going to remove those classes. Okay, and instead of the item name, I'm going to write sign out. Let's find the second mention of user navigation. We're going to remove those things. We don't need that. Instead, I'm going to write click logout. And let's change this into logout or sign out. Okay, now this is our dropdown. When we click, nothing really happens because we don't have the logout function implemented yet. Okay, let's add a cursor pointer to the logout button as well. We need to add this in both places. Okay, we have this nice cursor on desktop and on mobile as well. Now, I'm going to remove the bell notifications button. We don't need that. I'm going to find the second place where this is used, and we're going to remove it from there as well. Now, it's time to implement logout. Right here, I'm going to create a router constant variable using use router function, and we need to import that use router from the Vue Router package. And I'm going to create logout function right here. I'm going to call commit on store logout, which will basically commit a mutation. And whenever a user is logged out, we're going to redirect user to the login page. And down below, we need to return that logout function to be accessible in the component. Now let's go in the store and I'm going to create logout function, logout mutation, which will accept a state. And I'm going to basically reset the user data and the user token right here. Now we save that, and when we click logout, we are redirected to the login page, which proves that this works fine. If I go in the store and change the token into null, we are basically on a login page by itself. If we change this into something, we are on a dashboard page. However, if we click logout, we are on a login page. Sorry for disturbing you. If you enjoyed this video so far, just give it a like and subscribe. Continue, please. We have two views very similar to each other: surveys component and dashboard component. If we have a look in the browser, we navigate, we see they are identical, just the text is different. Also, if we observe the HTML, we see that everything is identical, only this one is different. So it would be nice if we create a reusable component and just pass title right here. And we're going to do this right now. I'm going to go in the components and create PageComponent.view. First of all, I'm going to generate a boilerplate code right here: template, script tag, and style. The script tag has setup, which indicates that this is a setup method of composition API. Then I'm going to go in the dashboard and copy header and main. And I'm going to go in the component, page component, and paste it right here. Then I'm going to remove this content goes here and dashboard texts. Okay, after this, I'm going to define props. The define props function is a function which doesn't need import in the composition API. And using this approach, we define props. And right here, we accept the object, the same object you would give in the options API. We define the props. We have title, which is a string. Okay, after this, we can already use the title in the template. So I can use the title right here. And down below where the content needs to go, I'm going to use a default slot. Okay, now on the dashboard component, I'm going to first import just created page component. Then I'm going to add setup attribute on the script tag. Then I'm going to replace this header and main with the page component. We're going to give it to title, and the content goes here. It's going to be what will be injected inside the page component slot. And finally, I'm going to remove its export default. I don't need that. I'm going to format the code, save this, and have a look in the browser. This is our dashboard. Look at this, how small this is. So I'm going to copy this and go in the surveys and replace everything. And inside the title, I'm going to give it surveys. Later, if we might need, we can create another slot, which is going to be the name slot, to display some HTML alongside with the title. So far, this looks good and it works fine. Now, let's generate migrations. For this, I'm going to bring up terminal and run PHP artisan make model survey-m. I'm going to hit enter. This will generate model as well as the migration. And we're going to generate other models and migrations, like we're going to generate survey questions or survey question-m. We're going to generate survey answer-m, and we're going to generate survey question answer-m. Okay, now let's open migrations under database migrations folder, and let's actually start with the survey first and define the fields. Okay, first of all, I'm going to define a user ID foreign key which refers to the app model users. Next, I'm going to define title with the length of 1000. I'm going to define also slug with the length of 1000. I'm going to define status, which is going to be tiny integer, and I'm going to define description, which will be nullable, and it's going to be text. And the timestamps is automatically defined by the Laravel migration tool. And down below, I'm going to define expire date. That's all for the surveys table. Let's now open the second table, which is survey questions. Here, I'm going to define a type with the string and the length of 45. I'm going to define a question string with the length of 2000. I'm going to define long text description and long text data, and both of them will be nullable. And I'm going to define foreign ID for the survey class, and the column name will be survey ID. That's all for the survey questions. Let's now open the third one, which will be survey answers table. For the survey answers, we don't need timestamps, so I'm going to remove that. Instead, I'm going to add foreign ID for the survey class with the survey ID column. I'm going to add a timestamp to be just start date and nullable, and I'm going to add second timestamp, which will be the end date and nullable as well. And that's it for the survey answers. Let's open the last one, which is survey question answers table. Here, I'm going to add foreign ID for the survey question with the survey question ID. I'm going to add a second foreign ID for the survey answer with the survey answer ID. And I'm going to add text, which simply will be an answer. Okay, here we have all our migrations and models generated. You can find the models in the app models right here. And now we need to apply migrations. So I'm going to run PHP artisan migrate. Hit enter on that, and the migrations were successfully applied. Now let's create auth controller and implement registration. Under app HTTP controllers, I'm going to create new PHP class, and I'm going to call this auth controller. I'm going to extend this from controller, app HTTP controller. Now, right here, I'm going to create a register method. The register method accepts a request argument. So the request instance basically has a methods like validate, for example. So we're going to call validate on that and pass the validation array. And inside the array, we're going to define a couple of validation rules. For example, name and email. In this case, we indicate that the name is required and the string, email is required. It must be valid email address, it must be string, and it must be unique across the users table inside the email column. We're going to define right here password as well to be required and confirmed. Confirmed rule basically indicates that there must be a second field, password confirmation. Okay, and right here we define that the password should be minimum 8, it should be mixed case, uppercase and lowercase, it must contain numbers and symbols as well. So we define all our validations. Down below, I'm going to already call user create. We're going to pass this data, and whenever the validate is called, inside the data, we're going to have already validated data. So we take name, email, and password. However, we encrypt the password and give it, and user is created. For ID purposes, sometimes I add this annotation, which tells the ID that the user is an instance of app models user. Okay, down below, I'm going to call create token on the user, give it a name main, and I'm going to take this plain text token. And down below, I'm going to return a response as an array with the user and the token. So when the user is registered, we're going to get user and token on the front-end side. Okay, we have this method ready, but don't forget to write use statements right here. So we need to use app models user and illuminate HTTP request for this one and illuminate validation rules password for the following class. The last thing we need to do, we need to go in the routes API, and right here we need to define a route. I'm going to define a post route right here because we should only make post requests on the register. We should not make get requests. The endpoint will be /register, and we're going to pass right here an array, auth controller class, and register. Just make sure the auth controller is used properly. I'm going to hit Alt and Enter, and PageComponent will automatically import that class for me. You can write this manually. Okay, now our registration endpoint is ready and can be used. Now, since we have our backend ready, we can work on the front-end side. So I'm going to open register.vue, and I'm going to add right here a couple of things. First of all, let me actually open store index.js, and I'm going to set the token to be null, and I'm going to make this data as an empty thing. By the way, this data has image URL, which we don't need, and we need to handle this case as well. So I'm going to make this as an empty object, save this, and in the browser we see a login page because the token is null. Let's go on the register page, and we need to add one additional field, which will be password confirmation. I'm going to open register.vue. I'm going to duplicate this password field, and I'm going to change a couple of things with just one run, password underscore confirmation. Okay, I'm going to put the label confirmation. Save this and have a look in the browser. We see this nice password confirmation. Look at this. The password field has round bottom. So we need to find that class in the Tailwind.css that's going to be rounded BMD and remove this. And now we have these nice inputs. And now I'm going to add vModel to all these fields. But before that, let's scroll down and have a look in the script area. First of all, I'm going to change this into composition API setup. So I just add a setup attribute, and I'm going to remove this export default as well. This one is imported, and it can be automatically used without anything. Now, I'm going to define a user object right here with name, email, password, and password confirmation. Then I'm going to define a register function, which I'm going to add later on the submit event of the form of the registration. Okay, after this, I'm going to import my store because I'm going to use that. And on the store, I'm going to call dispatch, passing the register action name. The action doesn't exist inside the store yet, but we're going to create that soon. In the dispatch, I'm going to pass also the current user, which I want to register. This register action should return a promise, and on that promise, I'm going to call then, and inside, then I'm going to do a router push. So basically, after the user has been successfully registered, I want to navigate user somewhere. So I will need the router, so I'm going to use router from the Vue Router, and I'm going to create also router using use router function. Basically, I'm not creating, I'm using an existing router. Okay, And down below right here, I'm going to provide the name of the road in which I want to redirect user. And that's the dashboard right now. So let's take this register and find the form. And instead of the action and the method, I'm going to write submit register. Okay, and I'm going to define also V models for every field we have right here. V model, that's going to be user password confirmation. And this one is password confirmation, but the other one, this one will be just password. This one will be email. And here we're going to have name. Now let's go in the store and implement that action. Now I'm going to define right here a register action, which accepts an argument right here, and I'm going to destructure that argument and take out a commit. Using commit, I'm going to basically call the function from the mutations. Okay, we're going to get a user as an argument, as a second argument in the register. And then right here, I'm going to make an HTTP request. For now, I'm going to use a fetch API for HTTP requests, but I'm going to replace this later with Axios. And we're going to see advantages of Axios compared with fetch API. There are some limitations and things that should not work in the way it works in case of fetch API. But so far, we're going to call a fetch method, passing the URL and configuration object. Inside the object, I'm going to specify headers with content type and accept both to be application JSON. I'm going to specify method to be post, and body will be the user object, but a stringified version. This one will return a promise, so I'm going to call then on that, and I'm going to call on a result JSON, which will finally give me the result I want. And right here, I get this result, and I'm going to call commit. So the set user, I'm committing the set user mutation, passing the user information. The set user mutation doesn't exist yet, but we're going to create that. And finally, I'm going to return the result just in case this is necessary in the places where the register action will be dispatched. So in the register view, down below, right here, we can technically get that result if we want. Okay, now let's create that set user mutation. Okay, here I define set user mutation. We accept the state as a first argument. In mutation, you always get the state. And the purpose of the mutation is to just change the state. But we pass the second argument result from here, so we accept that as a user data. And now I need to save the received user token and data inside the state. So I call state user token equals user data token. And this token will be a token returned from the PHP Laravel controller. Next, we save the data as well to be user data user. And finally, we're going to save this token in a session storage as well. So if we just reload the page, the token needs still to be available, and the user needs to stay on the dashboard. So let's scroll up, and right here, I'm going to write session storage get item, and I'm going to pass token right here. Okay, just like this, the token will be saved in a session storage, and I will not be logged out since I'm registered. Now, it's time to test all this. Let's open the browser and fill up the user information. Okay, let's open the developer tools. Let's go in the network and let's hit the sign up button and let's see what happens. Yeah, we have been successfully registered and we were redirected to the dashboard page. Let's have a look what has been returned. Okay, here's the preview. We got the token, we got the created at, and everything basically about the user. So this proves that we have been successfully registered. Now, if I just reload the page, I stay there because the token is saved in a session storage. However, if I just click on Logout, so this does not clear from the session storage so far. So if I just reload, I'm still logged in. Now, let's create a login endpoint in the auth controller in Laravel. So first of all, let's create an empty function login, which accepts a request right here. and I'm going to call validate on the request and save the result in the credentials variable. In the validate, I'm going to pass email, password, and remember. The email basically is required email string, and it must exist in the user's email column. That's an important thing. Next, I'm going to take out the remember in a separate variable and unset it from the credentials. And right here, I'm going to call auth attempt, which accepts credentials and remember. So this will basically take the credentials and attempt to log in the user. If the credentials is incorrect, it's going to return false. If it's okay, then the user will be authorized in the system with the corresponding remember me value, true or false. If the attempt returns a false, we're gonna return a response, immediate response, with a JSON error, the provided credentials are not correct, with the status code 422, which means that the validation was not successfully passed. Down below, I'm going to get the authorized user, which means that the user has been successfully attempted and authorized. And I'm going to generate a token on that user, and I'm going to get the token. And finally, I'm going to return a response with the user and the token, the same response we are basically returning. Let's scroll at the top, and we need to import one class, which will be illuminate support facades auth, which is for just calling the attempt method. Now, let's open the API PHP, and right here we need to register login in the same way we are calling registering a register action. So just like this, we have the login, save it, and now we can test this on a front-end side. Now, on the front end, let's open login.vue, and we're going to implement the authorization. Let's have a look on the front-end side. So we are authorized. I'm going to actually clear the session storage so that I am not authorized anymore. I reload, and I'm on the login page. And now let's work on this. So here's our HTML, and let's scroll down below, and I'm going to define a user constant variable right here. It will be pretty much similar to the registration. First of all, I'm going to add setup right here and remove this export default. Let's define a user variable right here with email and password. Then I'm going to define a function login, which I'm going to use later in the template. I'm going to import now store from the store file, and I'm going to call dispatch on the store with the login action. I'm passing the user. It's pretty much the same we did for the registration. We don't have that login action at the moment, but we're going to create this right now. So then this dispatch will return a promise, and on that promise, I'm going to call then. Inside this then callback, I'm going to basically do a redirect. So I will need to use the router. So I'm going to use router, import use router function from the Vue Router, and I'm going to use the router, actually create a variable router. And down below, I'm going to call router push with the name dashboard. So whenever user successfully authorizes, it basically goes to the dashboard page. On the user field, we also need remember property. So we're going to add this one as well. Now let's scroll up and add vmodel on email, password, and checkbox as well. So vmodel equals user dot email, and let's change this into password, and this will be remember. Now let's open store, and we need to implement login action right here. So I'm going to duplicate this, but let's have a look. Now we are using fetch, and if we just duplicate this, we have a couple of repetitions, like we are passing headers 2 times, we are passing method post 2 times, and we have a lot of repetition, like for example, getting the actual response JSON is also something which is repeated, and we don't want that. Also in the future, we will need interceptors. Interceptors are special functions that will be used by the package itself before we make a request, or after the response, or before the response is actually taken out from us after it actually returns. So we need to do a couple of interceptors. So I'm going to install Axios right now. I'm going to bring up terminal and actually kill these developer tools, and I'm going to run npm install -s Axios. Okay, let's start this server. And now I'm going to create an Axios HTTP client. Let's do this inside the source. Oops. Let's open, and inside the source, I'm going to create Axios.js. Okay, first of all, I'm going to import Axios from the Axios package. Next, I'm going to create Axios client, and I'm going to pass base URL right here, which will be the Laravel's API. Okay. Next, I'm going to export that Axios client, which I can already use in any place in my project. But I'm going to show you an example of interceptor as well, because we're going to need that. So for this, I'm going to import the store. The store basically contains a token, authorization token. So we will need that right here. I'm going to call Axios client interceptors request use. And we're going to pass right here a callback, which accepts a configuration object. And first of all, we're going to return that configuration object, but we're going to inject the authorization header right there. So config headers authorization equals bearer, and right here we need to specify the store state user token. So that's the authorized user's token. So on every request Axios will make, it's going to pass that authorization token. So we need to save this information, go in the index.js, and instead of fetch, I'm going to change this now into Axios. So first of all, I'm going to write import Axios client from, let's go one directory back, Axios. And right here, let's change this. So I can actually change almost everything. Let me actually clean up everything first of all. For registration, and we need to call this login, and I'm going to clean up everything right here as well. Okay, let's do login first. So I'm going to call Axios client post, pass the path of the URL /login, and pass the user we want to pass to the endpoint. And we're going to return everything from here, by the way, because finally we're going to return promise from this actions Vuex action. Okay, then right here inside the then, we accept a response. So I'm going to basically destructure the response and take out the data. Axios response contains data inside, which is the actual data, actual response body we are interested in. So I'm going to return that data because just in case someone else who is using this login is necessary. And also I'm going to call this set user and passing the data. Set user already exists, which accepts that data and takes out the token in user and assigns it in the Vuex. Basically, that's all for the login. And I'm going to copy this and paste this right here and just change this into register. Okay, now let's open the browser and try to log in with the previously created user. I'm going to open the network as well, and I'm going to specify my user and my password, hit enter on that, and something happened. I think I know what happened because on the form we don't have proper submit event. We're going to call login right here. Let's remove the hashtag, hit enter. Let's provide username, hit enter, and we are redirected to the dashboard, which proves that our Axios client, not only our Axios client works fine, but our application authorization works fine as well. Right here, we click, we see that we got token, we got the user information as well. Now, I want to test registration as well. So let's actually clear up our session storage, reload the page. Let's go on the registration because we changed that using Axios. And I'm going to create with one of my emails. Hit enter on that, and I'm registered and I'm redirected to the dashboard. Looks awesome. Now we need to test one more thing, or not test, but implement one more thing. So if we go on the login page and try to now log in with invalid credentials, we get some information from the backend. Let's have a look. What do we get? So we get the following information: error, the provided credentials are not correct. This is the error we wrote in the out controller, but we don't handle this properly. How we're going to do this? If we go in the login component right here and down below, on this, we basically need to catch an error. So right here, I'm going to define a variable, error message variable, and I'm going to display that error basically to the user. That the user needs to know if the username or email or password is incorrect. So I'm going to use a ref, I'm going to import ref function from the Vue, and I'm going to create a variable error message using this ref. Down below, whenever we call the dispatch login inside right here, so in the then we redirect user to the dashboard, but we need to catch this properly. So I'm going to write catch and we accept error right here. So now I need to assign this error to the error message. Because we are using ref right here, you cannot assign it to the error message directly. That's the nature of the composition API. That's how it is implemented. And instead, we're going to need to do error message.value equals to error. But this error is a JavaScript error class instance. So we cannot just assign it. It doesn't give us the valid information. We need to take out the actual error information, which is returned from the following request. So this error basically has a response. So we need to access response. The response has a data, the same data like we accessed right here using destructuring. Okay, so we access that data, and this data is an actual response, the following response. Okay, and now we can access an actual error message from this data. So we save this, and we can now display this error message somewhere. Let's just directly write error message. Pay attention that when you're writing a variable created using ref, you don't need to do a dot value right here in the template. You need to do this in the JavaScript, but not in the template. So I save this, I go in the browser, and let's fill up some information with invalid password, hit sign in, and we see right here the provided credentials are not correct. Now I'm going to add a little bit of styling to the following HTML. So first of all, I'm going to wrap it inside a div, and if the error message exists, only in this case we need to display it. Okay, and let's add a little bit of styling to this div. So I'm going to give it a padding, horizontal and vertical as well. I'm going to give it a background red, text white, and rounded. Let's have a look in the browser how this looks like. This looks already pretty cool. So that's exactly how I want it. But I want to add a close icon right here. So whenever I click on this icon, this alert or this error message simply disappears. So for this, I'm going to create a span right here. And whenever I click on that span, I'm going to reset the error message. So error message equals to an empty string. This looks good. Next, I'm going to add display flex, item center, and justify content on the error message elements just to show this close icon and error message next to each other. Then right here inside the span, I want to put a close icon. So I'm going to go inside hero icons, click on that, and search for close. And let's copy this one. And this is our close icon. And I'm going to add a couple of classes in this span as well. So like I'm going to give it a width and height to be h. So I'm going to save this and have a look in the browser. This is our x. I want it to have a circle around it when I mouse over on this, and I'm going to add a transition and make it like aligned it properly in the center. So I'm going to add flex, item center, and justify center, and this is how it looks like. And I'm going to give it a rounded full, and I'm going to give it transition colors, cursor pointer, and on mouse over, I'm going to give it background to be transparent dark. Okay, I save this, and when I mouse over, this is how this looks like. Pretty awesome. When I click on this, error message disappears. Click on this, it appears. Okay, this is pretty cool. So we have implemented login and displaying error message as well. So if I just provide correct password right here, hit enter on that, so we are redirected. Let's actually test how remember me works, if that actually causes maybe an error. So let's have a look. Remember me, hit OK. Oops, I incorrectly typed my password, hit enter, and I'm redirected to the dashboard. This looks good. Now, let's open Auth controller and implement logout on the backend side. I'm going to create an empty function, logout. Then I'm going to get the current user using auth user, and I'm going to add right here a comment for the IDE that this is an instance of the app modules user. And then on that user, I'm going to call current access token delete. It is as simple as this, which basically will revoke the token that was used to authenticate the current request. Okay, and down below, I'm going to return a response with success true. We have already imported that auth in the controller, which is a facades auth, eliminate support facades auth, and that's it. Our logout works. Now we need to go in the API and right here add a route for logout. Here we already have protected route on get users, basically because this is written after the middleware auth sanctum. We need now a second protected route for logout. The logout should only be made with the authorized users. Like we can duplicate these, but I'm going to show you a better way. So basically I'm going to create a group right here. The group accepts a function closure. I'm going to pass the closure and I'm going to define route get and basically the following get. So this will be moved right here and deleted from below. And after this, this works in the same way as it was working before, but we have these routes inside a group. Now I'm going to add logout right here, which will be auth controller logout. So I save this and now we can use this on the front-end side. Now, let's have a look at the logout function in the default layout, which commits a mutation, logout mutation, and redirects user to the login page. If we have a look in the store index.js, scroll down below, we see this logout mutation. So I'm going to add a logout action right here. But first, let's have a look in the logout function in the default layout. I'm going to change this into dispatch, which obviously will have then right here because we're going to return promise from there. We accept a callback, and I'm going to do the router push inside the callback. Whenever backend returns that the token was successfully deleted, whenever the token is also deleted from the session storage, which we're going to do in the action of the store, then only after this we need to do logout or redirect. Okay, let's go in the store, and right here I'm going to create a logout action and I'm going to accept commit. Then I'm going to call Axios client post on the logout action and return whatever is returned. I'm going to add a then callback right here, accepting the response, and I'm going to return that response. And I'm going to also call commit on logout. Now let's have a look in the browser. And I'm going to open the tools and I'm going to click on sign out right here. And I was redirected to the login page, which proves that our logout works fine. Now, let's start working on the surveys page. First of all, I'm going to define a JSON template, how the backend should return a response to the front end. And first of all, I'm going to render the data based on this JSON on the front end side. And then we're going to jump on the backend and implement so that the backend returns the data in the same format we define. Okay, now right here about the store, I'm going to define a constant variable TMP surveys. That's going to be an array of surveys, and now let's define each individual survey. So we're going to have ID for each one and title and Slug as well. Status will be either active or draft. image URL. So we have not implemented, we haven't added image column in the database table, but we're going to add this later. We're going to have description, we're going to have created date, updated date, and expired date, until which time the survey is actually valid. And each survey will have a questions array. And inside that questions array, we're going to have an object of questions. For example, first one is a select type of question, and the question is from which country are you? The description in this case is null, and each question might have an optional data. The data will be either empty object or containing some additional information about the question. In this case, because this is a select, we're going to have options inside the data. So options will be an array inside the data, and inside the options, we're going to have objects with UUID and text. Why did I choose UUID? Because it's much simpler to generate random UUIDs than random IDs. Okay, we might have collision when we generate IDs on the front-end side. So UIDs is easier and safer. Okay, each option will have UID and text, USA, Georgia, Germany, India, or United Kingdom. Okay, I'm going to define a few more questions inside the survey and then see how we can just get the data in the surveys component or just iterate over those. Okay, we're going to have checkbox, which have a question and description and data. Checkbox, select, and radio questions are pretty much identical. All of those questions need options array. So we have options right here. Let's scroll down. We have another checkbox, which has also options. You can pause and read. Those are actual questions. And scroll down, and right here we have radio with additional like its own options. And down below we have another checkbox. And down below we have one text field, which is a standard single line text field with description null and empty data. And down below we have another field, which is text area. Okay, so those are all the questions for the first survey, and I'm going to define few other surveys and see how those will be rendered in a list. Like this one is a Laravel 8, survey Vue 3, and Tailwind 3. So those are all the surveys I define, and now I'm going to take that TMP, this variable TMP surveys, and I'm going to use it right here inside the state. Okay, I'm going to define surveys array right here inside the state, and I'm going to take the TMP surveys and just structure it and assign into surveys. Okay, using this approach, I have basically guaranteed that surveys will have some data right there, and I'm going to take this data in the component and just use it. Okay, this is the place we're going to render our surveys. I'm going to also add an add new survey button right here in this header on the right side. So I need to update my page component because the page component takes title prop at the moment. And if we just open this, we have only title right there and just display the title. We have no possibility to add a button inside that header area, which is right here. So basically I'm going to modify this and add right here slot property, slot tag, basically with the name header. Right here, I'm going to remove the title attribute. I don't need that anymore. I'm going to replace the content goes here with a template with vslot header. And whatever I put inside this vslot header, that's going to be outputted right here in this slot. Okay, I'm going to put h1 right there, and let's actually save this and have a look in the browser. So this is how our page looks like. So the title is already taken and works fine. Next, I'm going to wrap this h1 in a div with flex and justify between and item center, because I'm going to put button right here. Okay, I'm going to put router link with the name survey create. We don't have survey create route yet, but we're going to create this soon. Now I'm going to go in the hero icons and select a plus icon and paste it right here. And with it will have a height of 4, width of 4, margin top -1 and inline block to align it properly. And our header is fully ready. Now I'm going to open a router and I'm going to define that survey creation route. So basically I'm going to create right here path surveys/create with the name survey create and with the component survey view. The component doesn't exist yet, but we're going to create it after we create routes. I'm going to also define second route, which will be for survey update, which is going to have ID in the URL, so the survey ID. The name will be survey view. However, I'm going to use the same component, survey view component. So even though we don't have that survey view component created, I'm going to write an import right here from the views. I'm going to import survey view.view file. Now let's create this component. Let's go in the views, click plus right here and create survey view.view file. Here, first, I'm going to define a template and I'm going to use page component. I'm going to give it a title as well as the content inside the page component, and I'm going to import the page component from components page component. We save that and let's have a look in the browser. So we see surveys page right here with add new survey button, which looks awesome. Now we can go on surveys page, iterate, and just render surveys. Now let's get surveys from the Vuex. I'm going to import store first of all, then I'm going to import computed from the view, and I'm going to create a surveys constant variable, which is going to be computed store state surveys. Now let's go in the template and simply print surveys right here. Let's have a look in the browser. Here are our surveys. So we got all of them. Now I'm going to create a div right here, which is going to be a wrapper for every survey. On that div, I'm going to add several Tailwind.css classes. Like I'm going to give it a grid calls 1, gap 3 on small above small screens. I'm going to give it grid calls 2, and above medium screens I'm going to give it columns of 3, so that's going to give us a responsive nice layout. Down below I'm going to start iterating over surveys. I'm going to add key to each div and classes as well. Give it a flex column, padding, some shadows, background, and I'm going to give it a fixed height of 470 pixel. Down below I can display already an image of this survey. I can display title of the survey and description. All right, let's save and have a look in the browser. This is how it looks. I think that's pretty cool. Also, this is responsive, so if we just resize it on different screen sizes, we see that nicely. Down below the description, I'm going to create one div, which is going to be wrapper for the buttons. And I'm going to have two buttons, edit button and delete button right here. So I'm going to give it a flex justify between an item center as well, and a little bit of margin top. Inside there, I'm going to create a router link, which should have a 2 on a survey view, but with param survey ID. That's going to redirect, give us the survey information, survey ID, and we're going to fetch the current survey from the backend. So I'm going to add a couple of classes, Tailwind.css classes for nice styling. And I'm going to also add right here an icon, SVG icon. That's going to be pencil icon. You can grab this from hero icons. Down below, I'm going to add another button with the click event handler on that, survey delete survey. This function doesn't exist, but we're going to create it very soon. Let's give this one classes as well. And down below, I'm going to put right here a trash icon. Okay, let's save this and have a look in the browser. Okay, this is how our edit and the delete button looks like. So if I click edit, I am redirected to a survey view or create page, which looks good. And whenever we click on this, nothing really happens at the moment because we have not implemented this. So let's scroll down below. Okay, down below, I'm going to create a function delete survey. I'm going to accept survey right here, and I'm going to show a default browser's default confirmation if user really wants to delete that survey, because this cannot be undone. And at the moment, I'm going to write a comment right here, but basically we're going to implement actual survey deletion. So whenever I click on this button, I get this nice notification. When I click, the survey should disappear. So we're going to implement this a little bit later. Now, let's work on the create or update survey page. First of all, I'm going to define a model variable right here, and I'm going to bind this into the form later. The model equals to ref and the empty object. Ref, I'm going to import ref right now. So inside the ref and object, I'm going to pass title, status, description, image, expire date, and questions. Those are the fields each survey needs to have. Okay. And now I'm going to import ref from the view. I'm going to also import store from the store because I'm going to need that. And I'm going to import use route from the Vue Router and create a route. Use the current route. So this one is a model for a new survey form, but we need to handle the case when we open edit survey page. In this case, we're going to have route params ID. If the route params ID is presented, then the model's value, I'm going to update the model's value to be from the store state surveys to find a survey which has the same ID as the route params ID. So I find that survey and assign it into model's value. All right, so far so good. We have the model in all cases. And now let's scroll up and work on the template. So let me actually remove this title and this content. I'm going to create a header vslot template. Inside there, I'm going to create a wrapper div in h1. Inside, I'm going to check, first of all, if model has title, then we're going to write model title. But if the model doesn't have ID, then we're going to write create a survey. So if we're updating a survey, we're going to display the model's title. Otherwise, we're going to write create survey. Let's move down below and we're going to create form. On the form, I'm going to add a save survey. I'm going to call save survey on forms submission. I'm going to add prevent right here as well. I'm going to create one wrapper element. I'm not going to actually explain every Tailwind.css class. You can, of course, find out in documentation. Don't try to learn them by heart. But yeah, as you can see, guess like this one adds a little bit of shadow. This one will add a border radius and overflow hidden on above the small device. So most of the classes are basically self-descriptive. Okay, now I'm going to right here define another div for the survey fields. Like we're going to have image, title, description, expire date, and status. Okay, and down below we're going to have area for the questions. I'm going to add a couple of classes right here on this div as well, and let's start defining image field. First of all, I'm going to create a wrapper div for every element. Inside there, I'm going to have a label with a couple of classes like font medium, text gray, and so on. And I'm going to call this image. So down below, I'm going to have another div, wrapper div, and inside there, I'm going to render an image tag if the model has image. In most cases, that's going to be the update survey case. So if there is already image presented, we just display that. Otherwise, we're going to display a span tag with a bunch of classes. So you can grab that template from the Tailwind components library. So if you go on the tailwindui.com and form section, click on this. So you'll find a lot of examples right here. And this is one what we are using at the moment. So if you go in the source code, you can observe these and find out that image area. Okay, photo area. Okay, we're creating basically something similar to this one if we are just uploading a new image. Okay, let's go back into VS Code. We added a couple of classes right here, and down below I'm gonna put an image, and I'm gonna you can get this image from the Tailwind UI. Sorry, from Hero Icons. So if we just go in the Hero Icons and type here image, that's going to be the image I'm using right here. I'm going to add a couple of classes to this SVG. I'm going to give it a height and width 80%, text gray 300. And down below, I'm going to create a button as well. It's going to be the change button. Give it a bunch of CSS classes. And inside that, let's have a look so far how this looks in the browser. So this is how it looks. It's pretty identical with what we have right here. But whenever I click on this button, nothing really happens. So we want the file picker to be displayed, basically. So I'm going to add right here input type file. And if I just save this, look at this, how ugly this is. So I'm going to add a bunch of CSS classes, absolute, and anything basically. And now if we have a look and I click on this change, it triggers that file picker. Okay, looks good. Now let's move on the second field, which is title. So I'm going to create a wrapper div for that. I'm going to create a label with CSS classes. I'm going to create input with type text. And look at this, the model basically goes to the model title. And inside CSS classes, I'm going to add nice CSS classes as well. So if I save this and have a look, this is how our title looks like. In the same way, we're going to define now description with label, classes, wrapper for the text area and the actual text area. Save that and have a look. We need to add CSS classes to those text area. So save this and have a look. This is how it looks like. So I'm going to continue and create expire date with label, input, and input classes. Status. Status is basically a checkbox. So I'm going to create 2D wrapper elements right here. In the first one, we're going to have input type checkbox with classes. In the second one, we're going to have label, and that's it. Okay, if we have a look, this is our checkbox. And down below, we're going to create one div element, which is going to be the footer of the form with a bunch of Tailwind.css classes again. Basically, every element will have several, at least like 2 or 3 Tailwind.css classes. Okay, and we're going to have a bunch of classes on that button, and that's it. So let's have a look. This is our save button. We can actually print the model whenever we change something and have a look. I'm going to go up at the top, and right here above the form, maybe in the pre-tag, inside the pre-tag, I'm going to write model. So let's save this and have a look. This is how our model looks like. When I start changing something, look at this, the model updates inside the description. If I change status, it's going to change the status into true, and everything basically works so far. Now, let's have a look how this works on when we try to edit existing survey. If I go in the surveys and click edit right here, look at this. So it displays an existing image, populates the title, description. The date is probably not correctly set. That's why it's not actually set. Now, down below the survey fields, I'm going to start iterating over the questions and render the questions editor inputs. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to create one wrapper div. Inside there, I'm going to create h3 with the text questions. I'm going to add this a button as well next to it, which is going to be add new question button. Let's add a bunch of Tailwind.css classes. And I'm going to add right here an SVG icon for the plus. So if I save this and have a look, this is our question section with this nice button. Okay, down below, I'm going to first check if model questions length does not exist, then we're going to display you don't have any questions created. So we are not going to see this because this survey has actually questions. But if we go in other surveys and click any basically without except the first one, we see that you don't have any questions created. Or if we just create new survey, we're going to see this one right here. Okay, now let's continue, and I'm gonna start iterating over model questions, get the question and the index, and I'm gonna create separate component for each question editor. And I'm gonna call this exactly the same thing, question editor. And I'm gonna pass this question editor the current question as well as the index. And the question editor should trigger a couple of events when the question was changed or deleted. Okay, so we're going to listen to those events right here in the survey view component on question change. On add question, I'm going to add each question editor a button to add another question. So we're going to listen to the add question as well, and we're going to, of course, have delete question. So just like this, we prepared most of the things in the survey view. Now, let's create this question editor component. Let's go in the components, and I'm going to create basically a subfolder editor, and inside I'm going to create question editor.view. And let's work on this right now. Let me first generate boilerplate code. And now first let's start working on the script side. I'm going to remove this. I'm going to give it a setup to use composition API. In the setup, I'm going to define couple of props. Define props can be used without import. That's not necessary. I'm going to pass object right there and define question needs to be an object and index needs to be a number. I'm going to also use a built-in function define emits, and I'm going to pass right here change at question and delete question, which tells basically the parent component that this component might emit the following events. Okay, we're going to save this in an emit variable, and we're gonna need that later. Okay, down below, I'm going to recreate the whole model using JSON stringify and JSON parse. So this JSON parse and JSON stringify is necessary to lose the reference to the actual question object, okay? Because we're going to update that model, and we don't need to have an actual reference because that might give us some unintentional changes by reference. And because we are using ref right here, we need to import that ref from Vue. Let's actually import just created question editor in the survey view. So down below the page component, I'm going to import that question editor. Now let's work on the template side. So I'm going to define a wrapper element. And right here, we need to display inside h3 the question text. And I'm going to also display the question index +1 because the first question will have index 0, and I'm going to display the 1 right here. So we display model question as well. Down below, I'm going to define a section for 2 buttons, add new question and delete question. Each question will have basically a button to add a new question, which will add a question after that question. Okay, then down below also I'm going to define another section for the questions and for the question text and the question type. And at the very bottom, we're going to have question description. And down below, we're going to have also data for the questions. But let's start with the button first. I'm going to add a new question button right here with the click event handler. And this add question function is not defined yet, but we're going to define those functions later. And I'm going to add right here an SVG icon, plus icon, and I'm going to give it Tailwind.css classes. Okay. Down below, let's define delete question. We're going to give it classes and put there a delete trash icon as well. And down below, we're going to define now question div element. Inside there, we're going to have label with a question text, and down below, we're going to have input with Tailwind.css classes. And down below, we're going to define question type, and the question, basically question text and question type, will be next to each other. We can have a look how this looks so far. So we see this is a question text with the add and delete buttons. This is the same question text basically, and right here we need to define question type. Okay, so here we have that label select, which should have an options. Okay, let's first give it, let's start iterating our options. Question types. The question types is not defined yet, but we're going to define this soon. First of all, we're going to define in the Vuex, and then we're going to use that later in the Vuex. We're going to define question types in the Vuex, and I'm going to use it right here in this component. Okay, I'm going to start iterating the question types, and I'm going to convert each question type into its uppercase, first letter uppercase version. Okay, I'm going to add CSS classes to this select as well. And let's move on the description, create a wrapper element right here and give it a label and text area with a bunch of Tailwind.css classes. Let's save this and have a look how this works in the browser. Here we have it. This is a question type. We don't have any options. Text, description. To separate one question from another, I'm going to add right here HR tag as well. So that we have this nice horizontal line. Let's start working on the question data. First of all, I'm going to create an empty div, which is going to be the container for all kind of question data. At the moment, we only have options inside the data, but we might have additional options later. Additional like data attributes. Okay, inside the data, I'm going to create additional div, which is going to be the wrapper for the options. I'm going to check if the question should have options. This function doesn't exist yet, but I'm going to create it right now. And this will check if the question type is select or radio or checkbox. And basically this means that the question should have options. Inside there, I'm going to create h4 tag with Tailwind.css classes. Inside that h4, I'm going to add new option button as well, which will have a click handler to add option function, which doesn't exist yet, we're going to create. And I'm going to add Tailwind.css classes right here as well. And I'm going to add a SVG icon for plus. Okay, let's continue. And down below, I'm going to check if the modal data options length does not exist, which means that if the current question doesn't have any kind of options, then we're going to display text right here. You don't have any options defined. Okay, otherwise, we're going to start iterating over our options list. Inside the v-for, we're going to write to take out the option and the index and start iterating. I'm going to use the option UID as a key. I'm going to add a couple of Tailwind.css classes. And down below, I'm going to display, first of all, the index of the question. And then I'm going to display the input with the data change event handler. And down below, I'm going to display also a delete button for each option, okay, which is going to be a normal button with Tailwind.css classes and SVG icon inside. Let's have a look how this looks so far in the browser. Okay, we don't have any options. Let's reload the page. We actually have an error because should have options is not a function. So we need to define a couple of functions. Now, let's scroll down below and create those functions like add option, remove option, data change, as well as should have options. First, let's open store, and inside the state, we're going to add question types. Now, let's use those question types in question editor. Now, inside the script tag, first of all, I'm going to import computed property, and I'm going to import store as well. And down below, I'm going to get question types from Vuex. I'm going to call computed and pass the callback return store state question types, which we just created right here. Then let's define functions. So I'm going to define uppercase first. Let me actually split this and show on the right side as well. So if we just scroll up, we're going to see uppercase somewhere. Here it is. So here, how we display the type. So I'm going to define that uppercase first function. I'm going to return the first symbol, take the first symbol, char 0, convert into an uppercase. Then I'm going to take the rest of the things and concatenate it with it. Okay. It's down below. I'm going to define a function if the question should have options. And I'm going to check if the question type is one of those select, radio, or checkbox. Okay, and this will return either true or false. Let's continue, and I'm going to define get options and set options. Every time I need to get or set options, I have to write modal value data options. So I create those two handy functions, getters and setters. Down below, I'm going to add option function, which will take an empty option and add it. So I'm going to call set options, but first of all, I'm going to call get options. I'm going to destructure that and then add one additional option right here. And we need to give it a UUID. So this function doesn't exist, but we need to import that. I'm going to do this right now. So let's continue, and I'm going to trigger data change after all this. The data change function will be created soon. Now let's define remove option. I'm going to call get options, filter those, and take out which is not the current option, and just assign it into the set options. Okay, I'm filtering every option which is not this one, what I want to delete right now. So finally, we're going to have a new options list which doesn't include this one. Okay, and then finally, I'm going to trigger data change. Let's continue, and I'm going to also listen to the type change when the question type is changed, and I'm going to check if the question should have options. In this case, I'm going to call set options, and I'm going to read basically if there exist any existing options or assign it an empty array. Why do I do this? Because whenever the question type is select or radio, it has a couple of options. If I switch back to text, the text doesn't have options, but I don't want the options to be lost. If I switch back to the select or radio, I want those options to be still presented. So this is how we do that. I'm going to show this in action. Let's scroll down and I'm going to trigger data change. I'm going to define right here data change function, which emits the data change. And I'm going to take the modal value, and I'm going to also check right here if the current question should have options. If it should not have options, basically, I'm going to delete data options. Here's one important thing. So far, let's have a look in the browser. So this is, we have an error, I think. Let's reload the page. We don't have any errors. Okay, here are our options rendered nicely. We have this delete options button, which I guess works fine. So if I just change the type into text, the options of course disappear. If I change that back, now we lost our options. Why does this happen? Because right here we get the data by reference, the modal value, and we actually delete the data options, which basically lost the data. Okay, we don't have that. We can't recover this. So right here, I'm going to wrap this modal value into JSON stringify and then JSON parse, which creates a clone of this modal value. Okay, and now if I have a look in the browser, I change into text, then I select radio, for example, I still have those options, or select, I have those options. Okay, and down below, I'm going to emit change event passing the data. Okay, the only thing we're missing is to define that UUID version 4 function. And let's have a look in the browser. If I click add option right here, I get this error, UUID v4 is not defined. We need to scroll up right here, and inside the import section, we're going to write that import. Okay, we need to import from UUID package, which we're going to install right now. We're going to import v4 function as UUID v4. Now, let's open the terminal. I'm going to kill this. I'm going to run npm install -s UUID. Hit enter on this. Okay, this will install the UUID package. We're going to start the server back. And if we have a look right now in the browser, click add option. Let's clear the terminal. Click option. We see options are actually added. Whenever we click add question or delete question buttons, we get the following errors in the console. That's because we have not defined those functions. Let's go in the question editor component, and down below, I'm going to define those two functions for add question and delete question, which finally should trigger emit events. So let's add those functions right here, and this one should emit add question event, and we need to pass the index of the current question +1, which means that whenever we click add right here, it's going to create new question on with the number 3. The next question should be right here, basically the newly added question. Okay, just like this, let's add delete question. We need to emit delete question event, and we need to pass the question on which we try to delete, basically. If we go in the survey view, we need to handle those cases, because if you remember, if we scroll up and have a look in the template, in the question section, we are listening change, add question, and delete question events. Okay, so let's collapse the template, scroll down below. First of all, we need to import that v4 as UUID v4 from UUID package, because we're going to need that right here. Okay, and down below, I'm going to add create a function add question. We accept those index, which is passed from here. And then I'm going to create new question object and give the following default values, like the ID. In this case, it's going to be UID, but whenever we pass that information to the backend will generally save in the database as an ID. The default type will be text, question empty, description null. We pass the data as an empty object. And finally, we need to put this in the correct place. So I'm going to call modal value questions slice. And the slice is a very powerful function of array. We're going to pass index right here. The next argument is how many elements we want to delete. I don't want to delete anything, so I'm going to pass 0 right here. And the next is what object I want to insert inside the array. I'm going to pass new question. And just like this, question will be added inside the questions array. Okay, we can test this so far. I'm going to just click add right here, and down below new question was added. Okay, now let's implement delete question. So I'm going to create delete question function. We accept the question, which is passed from the question editor, this one. Okay, and right here we are passing basically props question. We don't pass the actual modal object because we don't, what we care is actually question UID or question ID. So in this case we have the question ID. So because we're going to delete the question finally based on its ID. Okay, how we're going to do this? Perfect. So modal questions, we need to update our modal value questions. Modal value questions equals, and we're going to call on existing modal value questions a filter. We're going to take out only those questions which does not have the given question ID. Everything else should go inside the new questions. Okay, so right here we write if the Q does not equal to the question. Okay, we can even improve this and right here question ID doesn't equal to QID, just like this, or this one will be also enough. Whenever we save this and go in the browser, I'm going to click delete on this, and this is deleted. We click delete and everything basically is deleted. Okay, next thing is to implement change question whenever question changes. So we need to create function question change right here. We accept question, and that's also passed from the question editor from here. We accept right here updated question, and here's the interesting thing. We need to do something similar like we did for the questions. We need to create new questions array, but in this case I'm going to call modal value questions map, and I'm going to map each question to its new corresponding value. But first, inside there, I'm going to check. I'm going to pass the callback, of course, and then I'm going to check if each individual question ID equals the given question ID. This means that this question, basically the Q, is about to be changed, and in the new array modal value questions we need to return the given question. But I don't want to just return the question. It can be done like this, but to avoid any kind of like reference changes in the future, I'm going to wrap this inside JSON stringify and JSON parse. And down below, I'm going to return the Q, whatever it is. So again, if the question ID doesn't equal to the Q ID, then we simply return whatever is inside the original modal value questions array right here. Otherwise, we return the given question. So I save this, and now if I make any changes right there, that's going to be affected, that's going to be given to the parent as well. So finally, in the parent survey view, modal value questions will always be up to date, and we can print this every time we make some changes. We're going to see that this is up to date data information. We need that whenever we click the save button on the survey view, we need to pass always up to date information to the backend. Now, let's open PHP Storm and generate survey controller and work on the backend side. I'm going to bring up the terminal, open new terminal, and run PHP artisan make controller survey controller -- modal equals survey API requests. So right here we specify the controller name. I specify also that I want this controller for the API, and I want it to generate request classes as well. We're going to see that. So the request classes as well as the controller has been successfully generated. Now let's go in the app HTTP controllers, and right here we see the survey controller. If we go in the requests, we see right here store survey request and update survey request. I want to also generate a resource. So I'm going to run PHP artisan make resource, and I'm going to call this survey resource. Hit enter. Resource created successfully. Let's go in the app HTTP resources folder, and right here we see survey resource. My survey has Slug. So whatever I type inside the title, the Slug should be generated from the title. So I'm going to install Laravel Sluggable package, the first one. So let's go down below. We need to find composer require. I'm going to grab this, open the terminal, and right here I'm going to run composer require. Okay, the package has been installed. Let's now go in the controller, survey controller, and implement those methods right here. Okay, let's implement these methods step by step. First of all, I'm going to implement index. I'm going to accept right here a request class, and I'm going to import that class a little bit later. Down below, I'm going to get the current user from the request. Then I'm going to write return on the survey model. I'm going to call where the user ID field inside the database equals to the current user ID. And then I'm going to call paginate on that result because I want also to implement pagination. But finally, because we created survey resource as well, I'm going to wrap everything inside survey resource collection. Okay, so this is basically all for the index, and that's already working. Now let's scroll at the top, and right here I'm going to write use illuminate HTTP request for this one, as well as app HTTP resources survey resource for this one. Okay, let's implement store method. First of all, I'm going to get request validated data. The store survey request is just an empty class. We haven't implemented any rules right here. We're going to do this later. But now I'm going to already use request validated right here, which basically will give me all the validated data. I'm going to pass this into survey create, which will make a record in the database and return a result. I'm going to assign the returned result into a result variable. And finally, I'm going to return this result variable, but I'm going to give it to the survey resource. So creating an instance and passing the result right there. All right, that's also implemented. Let's move on the second method, which is show. The show method basically is, I think, the simplest one, but we need to add one additional check right here. So as a simplest implementation of this will be just to return the given survey right here in a survey resource. And that's it. We already have resource. But I'm going to add a check that the user who is basically trying to get the current survey has permission, is the owner of the survey. Okay. So for this, I'm going to first of all add a request parameter in the method. Then I'm going to take out the request user, and I'm going to write a check statement, if statement right here. If the request user ID does not equal to the survey user ID, this means that the authorized user is different rather than the owner of the survey. So we basically need to abort the following if inside the if statement and just return 403 unauthorized action. So basically the current user doesn't have permission to get the current survey. Okay, otherwise we return the survey. And that's basically it. Let's implement the next one, which is update. Okay, I'm going to get the request validated data. I'm going to pass it to the survey update function, which will basically make an update in the database. And finally, I'm going to return a survey with a new resource. And finally, let's implement destroy. Okay, first, let's add request parameter in the arguments. Then I'm going to get the current user from the request. Then I'm going to make an if statement to check if the current user has permission to delete the current survey. If not, we're going to abort with status code 403 with unauthorized action message. Otherwise, I'm going to call delete on the survey. And finally, I'm going to return a response with an empty content, but the status code will be 204, which is basically a common status code for deletion. Now, since our survey controller is ready, we can go in the store survey request and implement rules and everything right here. Okay, first of all, inside the authorize method, I'm going to return always true. Okay, otherwise my request will be simply rejected. Then I'm going to create a method right here, which is prepare for validation. Basically, I override the parent method. And inside the attributes for the request, I'm going to add user ID, which will be the current user ID. Okay, then let's go down below and implement rules right here. I'm going to add rules for title, user ID, status, description, and expire date. and then let's specify rules for each individual attribute. The title needs to be required string with maximum 1000. User ID needs to exist in the user's table ID column. Status needs to be required in Boolean. Description will be nullable and string. Expire date will be nullable, date, and the value should be after tomorrow. Okay, we have our store survey request ready. Now, since we already implemented survey controller and store survey request, we can go in the survey resource because we are already using that in the controller. Okay, from here, I'm gonna return an array instead of calling parent to array, and let's specify each individual attributes I want to return. I want to return ID, which is going to be this ID, title. I want to return slug, status, description, created at, updated at, expire date, and questions empty array. At the moment, I'm gonna put right here an empty array, but of course we're gonna get the questions and return those questions later. As for the status, you can see if the status doesn't equal draft, it means that the status will be Boolean true. Otherwise, it's gonna be Boolean false. Now let's open survey model, and we need to make some changes right here as well. Now let's add right here a fillable array, and we need to specify all the attributes that should be fillable. And by fillable, I mean that in the survey controller, whenever we create survey, we specify right here request validated, all the data, and Laravel automatically fills the survey properties based on the data, and we need to specify right here. So the fillable properties are user ID, title, slug, status, description, and expire date. Next, we installed Laravel Sluggable, and we need to use it right here. We basically need to configure our survey model to take the title, convert into Slug, and save it into Slug field in the database. So for this, I'm going to use hasSlug trait, which we will import in a few seconds. And down below, I'm going to create getSlugOptions function. Okay, and down below, I'm going to return SlugOptions create, generate slugs from title, save slugs to slug. And at the top, let's import those two classes, traits, hasSlug and SlugOptions. Last thing to do on the backend side is to go in the API PHP, inside which we have all our routes. And down below, we need to define a resource route for the survey. So, and the class will be basically survey controller, app HTTP controllers survey controller. And this resource basically indicates that I have at least 5 endpoints on the following resource, like get all surveys, get single survey with slash and the survey ID, update, delete survey. All that CRUD operations is supported by specifying a route resource. All right, let's now go on the Vuejs side and try to create survey in the database. On our form, we already have method saveSurvey. We need to scroll down below and create that function right here. Okay, at the bottom, we need to create the saveSurvey function. So I'm going to call dispatch with the saveSurvey action on the store, pass the model survey, and listen on the callback. The saveSurvey action doesn't exist yet, but we're going to create it soon. In the callback, I get the data, and down below, I'm going to call router push. I need to navigate user on the survey view page. Basically, if the user is just creating a survey, the current route name will be survey create. So the user will stay on the same page, but the route will be different. Okay. So survey view, and inside the params, I'm going to pass the received surveys ID. Okay, that's how it is. Let's scroll at the top, and we need to import the use router and create router right here. All right, the next thing to do is to implement that saveSurvey. So let's go in the store file and implement this right here. Okay, in the store, I'm going to define saveSurvey. We accept survey right here. I'm going to define a response variable. And down below, I'm going to check if the survey has ID. It means that we are updating survey, and we need to make a put request right here. Otherwise, we need to make post request because we're creating a new survey. And in the then of the update, we're going to call update survey mutation. We're commenting this. The mutation doesn't exist yet. We're going to create it soon. However, if we're creating new survey, I'm going to call, and we need to return the result in any case from the callback. So, however, if we are creating new survey, we're going to commit save survey and return the result from here. And we have a response variable which needs to be returned in all cases from the save survey. Okay, let's define right here save survey mutation and update survey. In the save survey, we're going to assign state surveys equals to structure the existing state surveys and add survey data. This is the current survey data. Okay, in the update survey, the state surveys equals, I'm going to map each individual survey into a new object and check if the each individual survey equals the received survey ID, then we return the survey survey right here. Otherwise, we return S. But the thing is that right here, instead of survey, we should return survey.data. Because survey in this case is a response received from the Axios, and we need to take out the data. And right here, I guess we need as well survey.data ID. We're going to test this, and if we have some bug, we're going to fix that. Now, let's open the browser. Let's actually go back and try to create a new survey. I'm going to also have a look in the network. I'm going to fill up the form with some dummy data. And let's hit save. All right, let's have a look. We got the response 201 from the backend, which means that the survey has been successfully created, which is actually awesome. Now, let's see why we were not redirected. Well, actually, we were redirected to the current page as we have implemented. Okay, let's try to create one additional survey. Whenever we create a survey, we need to check if every field is successfully set. For example, Slug. So let's call this lorem ipsum description. Let's specify some date as well and checkbox. Let's hit the save button and have a look in the response. We have the data. Inside the data, we have title as well as the slug. In the expired date and description, everything basically looks correct. However, if I create new survey with the same title, let's open this page again with the same title, then the slug will be different. The slug will be lorem ipsum 1. And that's what this sluggable package basically does. And that's exactly what we want. Now, let's add image column to the surveys table. I'm going to open the terminal and generate migration. PHP artisan make migration, add image column to surveys table. And hit enter on that. Let's go in the database, migrations. And right here, we see this newly generated migration. Okay, let's add right here a new column on the table. I'm going to add string column, and the column name will be image. The length will be 255. Okay, let's scroll down below and create down as well on table. I'm going to call drop column on image. Okay, looks good. Now let's run PHP artisan migrate. Okay, it created that column in the database. Perfect. Now let's go in the survey controller and implement attaching that image. Let's go on the update first, or let's go actually on the create first. And we need to adjust the rules as well, how we're going to do that. But let's actually go on the front-end side, open survey view, and have a look at our input type. Let me actually zoom in. Okay, nice. Here we have that. That's the button, input type file. It doesn't have vmodel or anything, but we cannot actually add vmodel to input type files. We need to add a change event listener on image choose, for example, and then we need to get that image and save it in a variable and then send it to the backend. Or we can also implement to preview that image. Now let's scroll down below and implement that function on file choose. I'm going to do this right before the add question, right here. Function on image choose. Okay, perfect. Now on image choose, we're going to get accept an event right here. Then from the event target files, I'm going to get the first one. And that's going to be my file I want to send to the backend, but I'm going to do the file preview as well, image preview as well. So for this, I'm going to create file reader, and on that reader, I'm going to call a method read as data URL and pass the file. Whenever this will read the image, it will call onLoad callback, which is a function. And right here, I'm going to get the reader result, which will be the base64 string, as a URL to basically display, and I'm going to assign it to the model value image. Remember, model value image is the variable which is basically used to display in the component, in the template. Okay, but I'm going to make some changes right here. I'm going to use that model value image to send it to the backend as a base64 string, and I'm going to use another URL like image URL to display. So image will be used to send the image to the backend. Image URL will be to display it right here. Okay, now let's go at the place where we have that image right here. And I'm going to change that. Instead of using image right here, I'm going to use image underscore URL to display. Okay, looks good. Let's actually save this and have a look in the browser. We should be able to see a preview. Okay, here it is. I'm going to click on change. Let's choose one image. Here it is. We have the image preview. Looks awesome. Choose another image. We have that. We haven't yet implemented to fetch the surveys, but whenever we do that, we need to return inside image URL variable, the actual image. Okay, now, as far as we know that we need to send image from the front end to the backend, let's go on the backend side. And right here, I'm going to add image to be, it must be string. Sometimes it can be empty, so we need to allow nullable as well. Okay, perfect. Let's go in the survey controller in the store, and right here, take that received image, consider it to be nice base64 string, and we need to save it as a file. Let's see the actual data what is sent. I'm going to call this test, and down below, click on save, and in the survey, in the payload, we see we send image as well as image URL. We need to delete image URL because that should be only used for display purposes. This one is what we need to send. And this is how this looks like. Data, this base64 string basically, but we need to remove the following part, and then the rest of the thing will be something we need to handle on the backend side. Okay, first on the frontend side, again, let's go in the store/index. And this is our temporary array, which we won't need soon. Down below, we have this save survey, and I'm going to call delete on that survey. We're going to delete image underscore URL. Okay, save this. And now if I upload an image, give it title and save, on the request, we won't have that image URL, which is exactly what we want. Okay, let's go on the backend and work right here. I'm going to take this line and split it into two lines. First of all, I'm going to take the request validated data and save in a variable, called it data, and pass that data right here in the survey create. I'm going to also rename this result into a survey, and right here I'm going to pass survey. Okay, this works fine. I just made small changes. Now I need to check if my data contains image right there, because the image is not actually required and technically it can be null. So if my null or not presented in the data at all, if my data contains an image, we're gonna take that image and save on a local file system. Okay, so for this, I'm gonna create a new method called save image in this controller. There's gonna be private or protected method. I'm gonna pass the data image, which is gonna be the base64 string, this one, the whole thing, and it will basically do all the necessary things. We're going to create that function soon. And then finally, it's going to return relative path. I'm going to take that relative path and assign into data back into data image. And finally, whenever we put the whole data inside the surveys create, it's going to take that image and save in the database. But we need to make sure that in the survey, we add somewhere right here, for example, image inside the fillable. Otherwise, this image will be lost. Okay, now let's create this function. Hit Alt and Enter, add method. Down below, let's implement this. Right here, I'm going to write an if-else statement and first of all test if my image is a valid base64 string. And inside the if, I'm going to use regex and call the method prigmatch. Inside the prigmatch, we're going to pass the following regex pattern. The string needs to start with the data : image, then there should be slash, there should be some sort of alphanumeric basically characters, more than one, and then semicolon, base64 and comma. The rest of the things we basically don't care. It will be encoded base64 string. And I'm gonna run this regex on an image variable, and finally we're gonna save the matched results in a type variable. Okay, so it's gonna basically test if my string starts with this pattern, which is necessary to do. The next thing is to in the else, basically we just need to throw an exception. At the moment we just throw an exception, but in the future we can improve that and return a nice user error that like this is not a valid URL or something like this. Okay, now let's take out the base64 encoded text without the MIME type. So we need to take everything after the comma. Okay, so for this I'm gonna call substring method in an image, and then right here I'm going to specify the position of the comma +1. So basically everything after the comma we just need to take and save it in a image, and that's what we want. Next is to get the file extension, and there's going to be matched results first, because this one is inside the group, inside the parentheses. Then we just need to take the first one. So that's going to be the type. It's going to be JPG or PNG or whatever is the image extension. In this case, it's going to be PNG, this one. Okay, the next thing is to check if the type is a valid image. So we just check simply if the type is in the following array. And if it's not, we just again throw an exception. And down below, we need to prepare our image variable, which is already encoded string, this one. And first of all, if there are some white spaces, we replace them with the plus sign. Next, we call decode on that. And finally, our image basically is ready. We just need to check once again if the image is false. We throw an exception. Okay. And down below the if statement, we prepare the path where we need to save our image. That's going to be the directory will be basically under public. So under public, I'm going to create that images folder, and we're going to save everything right there. Okay, so the images folder is already created. I created it manually, but if the directory doesn't exist, it's going to create it also. I can actually delete that one. Let's actually delete this. Okay, now right here we take we just create a variable for directory. Then I'm going to create the file name. That's going to be some random string, and the extension will be the extension what we detected the image has. Then I'm going to create two variables, one for absolute path, second for relative path, and you will see why I need both variables. The absolute path is used to check if the path exists, the directory exists, the images. If it doesn't exist, we just create the directory. Okay, and relative path, I need to return from this method. That's going to be whatever will be saved in the database. Okay, finally, I call file put contents on relative path. I can call on absolute path as well. Both of them will work. The relative works simply because the entry script of the application index.php is inside the public, and relative path will simply create a file inside images random string.png right here inside the public. Okay, I can use right here relative or absolute, both will work. And then I can return a relative path from here. And finally, let's scroll at the top. I need to basically I'm using two classes, str and file, and I need to use them at the top. So right here, I'm gonna write use the file eliminate support facades file and support str. Okay, so now if we just try to upload a file image, it should work. So let's choose like Laravel, for example, and we have the test, and the expiry date inactive can be null. So click on save, and let's see. Okay, created. Looks like it was created. We don't get where it is. We don't get an image or image URL because we don't have the field in the resources. But let's go on the file system and see. The images folder has been created, and right there we have this image. Here it is, our Laravel image. We can check in the database as well, in the phpMyAdmin, if the file was actually successfully saved. Let's go right here, click on surveys, and here is our image. Okay, this means that our script works perfectly. By the way, I'm gonna make this field, image field, we made it mandatory while in the migration. We need to make it actually nullable. So if we go in the migrations, because sometimes it can be empty, right? So right here at the top, so I'm gonna give it to be nullable, and I also want it to be after user ID field. Okay, it should be right here before the title. So let's open and run php artisan migrate rollback, and then migrate once again. Okay, now if I just reload phpMyAdmin, we see image URL right here. Okay, I can delete that survey or leave it and go again and create one survey, test2, save that, and have a look in the database. We have the image populated in the file system. Let's go in the public. Right here, we have now 2 images. Okay, looks perfect. Now, we need to do something similar on a survey update. Okay, we implemented on store method, but let's go down below, and right here we need to make some changes as well. Okay, here again, I'm going to split this line into 2 lines. First, take out the request validated data and save it in a data variable, and then call update with the data on the survey. And right here, then, let's write an if statement. If the image exists inside the data, we take that and we do basically the same thing. We call the save image, passing the data, get the relative path, and then we assign relative path into data image. Now we already have image inside the fillable of the survey, so that's gonna work simply. The last thing we need to do here is that if we're updating a survey and it already has an old version of image, we need to delete that, right? So I'm going to write here, if there's an old image, if survey image exists. So we create an absolute path with a public path method, and then I'm going to call file delete on that absolute path. Okay, the rest of the things will simply work. Now let's do like this. I'm going to open the public folder right here. We have 2 images, and this one, basically the second one, has already an image. We don't preview it right now, but it has. We create it right here in the database. Okay, now if I just change it into like VS Code, for example, and hit on save, let's see on the file system. Okay, the old image was not saved. Okay, we have 2 Laravel. Okay, it wasn't saved for some reason. I mean, the image was not deleted. Let's try once again. Choose an image. Save. Okay, it always creates new image. It doesn't delete this one. We can have a look what's the actual value of the survey image. So we can dump this right here and click on, let's actually choose another one. Click on save. I think I know the reason. The reason is that this if is not satisfied at all, because in the let me actually collapse the left side. In the update survey request, we did not have anything at all. We don't have any rules or anything. Okay, let's add right here title, image, user ID, status, description, expire date, and questions to be an array. We're going to implement questions a little bit later. Let's focus on the image first. Also, we need to go on the authorize method and delete this one, and we need to add right here, check that the user who is trying to basically update the survey is the owner of the survey. In the controller, on the update, we get the survey as a modal variable right here. Okay, we want to access the same survey variable right here in the authorize. So for this, I'm going to run this route and survey, the param name, which is the survey. So I get the modal right here, and now I need to check if this user ID, and this user is the authorized user, that this user ID doesn't equal to the survey user ID. This means that I am not the owner of the current survey, and simply return false. I should not be able to update the survey. Otherwise, we return true. Okay, so I think we did everything right here. We just need to make this image to be nullable as well, and string. And now, if we just try to update, let's choose another one. I choose another one because this one was already selected, and when you just we selected it, it didn't do anything. Okay, so let's choose Laravel, for example. And before I say, if we go in the file system again and see, we have 5 images right now. Okay, so whenever we save this, we still need to have 5. Okay, we don't have. The again image was not deleted. Let's have a look. So data image exists. Let's actually print what's the survey image. Let's print that. Hit on save. Oh, we don't get that. Do we get anything right here? Like, something is weird going on. I think I know what's going on. We are basically always calling post created. That's the issue. We never call update. That's the thing. We always create new survey. Okay, this is something we need to handle on the front-end side. But on the backend side, I think everything is correctly done. So now let's jump on the front-end side, because we had an issue on there. Just one last thing I want to do here is that those images are in the public folder. If I comment and push everything, those will be committed and pushed, which is something I don't want. So I'm going to create git ignore file inside the images, and I'm going to ignore everything except the git ignore file itself. Okay, whenever I run a commit, or whenever I run git status, those images won't be displayed in the status. Okay, I'm going to call git add, git status, and I don't have those images. Everything what I see right here must be committed and pushed. Okay, the problem in this case is right here in this place, because we just tried to get the survey from the surveys array, but now that's not going to work. We need to make an HTTP request to get the current survey. So whenever I reload the page, it should make an HTTP request and display the survey information right here. We actually have an error right here because the survey with ID 7 does not exist in the store state surveys array. Okay, that's the thing. So let's change this place. I'm going to delete this, and I'm going to actually write on store, I'm going to call dispatch. I'm going to call the action get survey, and I'm going to pass right here route params ID. It's going to make request. We need to implement that action. It's going to make request and save that information in the store. And then we're going to get that information from the store again. So let's go in the store, and right here in the actions, I'm going to create that get survey. We're going to take out commit right here. We're going to get ID right here, and let's make an HTTP request. Before I make an HTTP request, I need to define right here a state for the current survey. The current survey is basically the survey which is opened at the moment. Okay, so let's create current survey variable right here, which is going to be an object. And I'm going to add right here two properties. One is loading. So if the current survey is in the loading state. Second is data. The data will be an object, and that's the actual content of this survey. Okay, in the action, first, I'm going to start the loading indicator. So basically, I set the current survey loading to be true. And I'm going to use that in the component to show some loading text or loading indicator, CSS animation, okay? So this is the point we make an HTTP request. Okay, then we make an HTTP request. We pass the survey ID right here. Inside, then we get the response, the result, and I'm going to set the response data to be the current survey. This is a mutation which we need to create right now. And finally, we're going to return this result right here. I'm going to handle the case that whenever we get the response, the survey loading should be stopped. Okay, we start the survey loading, make an HTTP request, get the response, stop the survey loading. Okay, and finally, we need to handle the catch scenario as well, and we also disable the loading and we throw an error, whatever comes right here. Okay, now we need to create two mutations: set current survey loading and set current survey. Let's scroll down below in the mutation section, and let's define here those two mutations. Set current survey loading, we accept the state in loading, and I'm gonna define the second one, which is the set current survey. And in the loading, we just simply take the loading variable and assign it to the current survey loading. And in the set current survey, we just take the survey and take out the data from that. And we're gonna see why we do that. Because whenever a response is received from the backend, it is wrapped inside the data. Okay, we basically take data few times, like 2 times. Once we take the data right here, and this one is the response, and actual data is .data, and in this case .data is everything. And down below in the mutation, we take the survey.data, and in this case the data will be this thing. Okay, this is how we do. Now we need to go in the survey view and take out that current survey and use it right here. So we make request to get survey. It's going to update the current survey variable. And now we need to take that current survey here. So here, basically, I need to watch the current survey from the store. Whenever current survey changes, I need to update the local model variable. Okay, so for this, I'm going to call a watch function, which I will import soon from the Vue. Okay, inside the watch, we pass a callback, and we simply watch store state survey current survey dot data. Okay, this is an actual data, and we're watching that. Okay, the watch accepts a second argument right here, which is a callback. Whenever this one changes, then this callback will be called, and we have new value and old value. In this case, we're interested in a new value, so I'm going to take the new value and assign it into model value. But I'm not going to simply assign it just like that. I want to, first of all, call JSON stringify and JSON parse to avoid any reference changes in the future. And I want to destructure that. However, the status, basically, which is going to be returned from there, is either draft or active. So we need status to be Boolean. So in this case, I check if the status doesn't equal draft, then the status will be an active. Okay, and just like this, we have the current survey data assigned into a model. Okay, let's scroll up and import that watch right here in the survey. And let's actually go in the browser and have a look. So whenever we try to access survey with ID 2, for example, it makes a request. Let's have a look. It made a GET request, the data was received, and the form was populated. We have active, we have test 2. Let's open the first one. First one. We have test. How many surveys do we have here? So we have like 7, right? So test 3, test 4, test 5. Let's try the 7th one. which is gonna be test2 title. Yeah, title is always test2. Okay, Slug is actually different, but the title is always test2. Okay, if we just try to update now this test2 updated, for example, and hit on save, this one makes now put request. Okay, so now let's have a look. We received a title to be test2 updated. If I just reload the page, I see test2 updated right here. Okay, and if I just choose an image, hit on save, if I just have a look in the PHP store in the file system, let's have a look. Let's go in the public. Okay, we have like seven images. Okay, if I just choose another one, hit on save here, let's have a look. Now look at this. We still have 7 images. One was deleted, second one was created. Like in this case, we do update properly. Okay, let's actually open survey resource, and from here simply return an image to be URL that should be eliminate support facets 2, and we need to pass this image right here. Okay, and let's add an additional if statement right here. If the image exists, let's return this as an HTTP URL, otherwise we return null. Let's save this and reload the page. Click on that, go in the preview, and we see right here image. Actually, I want to return image underscore URL because that's how we are using on the front-end side. Reload the page, and now we see that image displayed right here because image URL was successfully returned. Now let's change this into Laravel, hit on save. That was updated. We lost the image right here, but if I reload it, we have this Laravel. So why did we lose that image? We need to find out. Let's try to change this once again. Hit on save. Let's see what data we get. We get the image URL, but why it is actually lost. For this, let's go in the survey view and let's actually print the whole model. I think something is wrong with the model. The model does not have the image right here. It has image, it doesn't have image underscore URL. Let's specify it to be null. We don't actually care image anymore, so I'm going to remove this. Let's see, maybe the issue is that. Save. Now the image URL is still lost. Okay, let's actually print the image. Not only the image, but the whole model. Okay, so model, print right here, and have a look. We have image to be the chosen one. Okay, we have image URL as well. Now, if I just reload the page, we have image URL right here. Let's change into Laravel, hit on save, and now image URL is lost. Well, strange. I think I know the reason for that as well. So if we go in the store, whenever we update the survey, save or update, it doesn't really matter. The current survey is not updated. The survey which is displayed right here, okay? This is what we need to change. So whenever we commit update survey or save survey, I think we don't really need that update survey and save survey because it was making changes in the surveys array. Okay, now we don't care that, so I'm gonna simply delete those 2 mutations, and simply we're gonna call set current survey in both cases, and we pass the result data. Let's save this and have a look. We have Laravel image, change into Angular, hit on save, and here we have everything what we expect so far. Let's change this into Vuejs. We don't have Angular right now. And let's have a look in the backend as well. Right here, we still have 7 images. So we re-uploaded image many times, but the image is now deleted whenever we just upload a new one. Looks awesome. Now, whenever we reload the page, we see that the title is create a survey and then it appears. Also, the form is empty and then the Laravel image and the text appear. That's because the request needs some time, right, to fetch the data. And in the store, we created that loading flag. Okay, and let's actually use that flag to write some loading text in the component. Okay, so for this, right here, I'm going to write a const survey loading flag, which is going to be computed property, and that's going to watch on the store state current survey dot loading. Okay, and let's use these computed right here, and let me actually print that right here in the template. So load the page, it's true, then it turns into false. So right here, I'm going to create a div with the if, and if the survey is in loading state, I'm going to write text loading, and let's give it a class of flags and justify center. Let's reload the page. We see loading text. You see that? If we just go in the network and change into like slow 3G and reload, we see it's very slow. Very slow. Let's turn into fast 3G. Reload the page. Where is that? Please. Come on. Hey. Okay, I'm going to skip that. Okay, you see that loading, right? So instead of like displaying the form, I want to hide the form. So inside the VLs, I want to show that form. So we see loading and then form appears. The same thing for the title. We see create a survey right here, which I don't want to see. Okay, that's ugly. Instead of module ID right here, I'm going to use route params ID. We have route params ID. We are using that. Whenever inside route there is params ID, we know that it should be an update. Okay, so route.params.id, we show module title. Module title sometimes might be empty, but instead of create a survey, better to show an empty string than create a survey. Okay, and this is how we do the loading. And inside instead of loading text, of course, we can create some CSS indicators like low spinners and so on. Now, let's start working on the delete of the survey. On the survey view, next to the create survey or next to the title, I'm going to put a button right here. Okay, the button should only be displayed if the route params ID exists. It means that we should not show the button on survey creation. Okay, this component is used on survey creation as well, you know. So if we go now in the browser, we see that delete survey button. Okay, let's actually add a trash icon. So we add the click event listener as well as the trash icon right here. Let's save this. The trash icon is huge, so let's add the classes right here and save it, and here it is. Okay, nice. So whenever we click that, now we don't have that delete survey function created. So let's actually copy the name, scroll down below, and create that. Okay, let's define a function. I'm going to write an if statement and ask basically user to confirm if he really wants to delete the survey. Okay, just deleting a resource whenever someone clicks on button immediately is not a good idea. Maybe someone mistakenly clicked on the button. Okay, so I'm going to show a browser's default confirmation right here. Are you sure you really want to delete the survey? Something like this. If user confirmed that, then I'm going to call store dispatch delete survey. So I'm calling this delete survey action. It doesn't exist in the store. We're going to create it. I'm going to pass the module value ID. That's the survey ID we want to delete. And let's listen whenever this happens. So whenever we get a response from the server that is deleted inside, then I'm going to push the route. I'm going to change the route into surveys page. Basically, we redirect user to the survey list page. Okay, I save this. Let's go in the store and create the delete survey. That action is the simplest action. We create that. The first argument is the object we don't want to destructure. I'm not going to take comment or anything. I just get the ID and make an HTTP request on Axios client to delete that survey. Okay, that's basically all. If we go in the browser and just hit on delete survey, we get the confirmation. Click OK. Okay, we made an HTTP request. The status code is 204. It was successfully deleted. However, if we go in the PHPMyAdmin as well and reload, we only see, we see 7. Okay, let's delete one more like the first one. Okay, click on delete. Okay, reload the page. Okay, yeah, it was successfully deleted. Now, whenever we delete that, we need to delete the image as well from the local file system. Okay, right here, the images are not deleted. So let's open survey controller and find the destroy method. And right here, we need to delete. So basically, if we go up right here, if there's an old image, just delete it. We need to copy this and put this right here before the delete or after the, we can do this after the delete if delete successfully happens. Okay, now there are like eight images. If we just open the second survey and hit on delete, let's have a look on the file system. Yeah, the image was actually deleted. Now we need to fetch the surveys from the database. For this, I'm going to open the VS Code and go in the store file, and we have right here TMP surveys, which is displayed right here. So we need to delete those TMP surveys, and we need to basically fetch the surveys from the database. I have deleted all the existing surveys and created new ones with some actual images and some close to real content. Okay, so I'm going to actually delete these TMP surveys and remove it from here as well. So we have surveys. I'm going to convert these surveys into an object, which will have loading right here to be false by default, and the data will be an array. Okay, now we need to open surveys.vue file, and right here we need to make an HTTP request to get surveys. So for this, I'm going to actually call on store, I'm going to call dispatch and call the action get surveys. We don't have that get surveys right now, so let's go in the store, and right here we have the get survey, we have save survey, delete survey, and right here I'm going to create get surveys. We get commit right here, and let's make an HTTP request right here. First, we're going to start the loading of the surveys. So I'm going to call the mutation set surveys loading and set the true. We're going to create that mutation. Then I'm going to make an HTTP request on the /survey endpoint. In the callback, I'm going to stop the loading, and I'm going to take the received data, res data, and call the mutation set surveys and pass it there. Okay, now let's scroll down below and create that set surveys loading mutation. Just like we have set current survey loading, I'm going to duplicate this and call this set surveys loading. This will be surveys loading equals loading. And just like we have set current survey, we need to create another mutation, set surveys. We get the data right here, and inside the surveys data, we assign this data. Actually, we're going to have data inside. So I'm going to call this surveys, and then right here, we're going to have surveys.data. Okay, let's save this. We're making get surveys request from here. So let's go in the browser and have a look. Okay, reload the page. We have an error. Something is going on. Unauthorized. So we are not actually authorized. Okay, now I'm going to clear my session storage and reload the page, and now log in once again. Now let's go on the surveys page and let's see what we have right here. Missing required param ID. Okay, the request was made, we got the data, but we have an issue. Okay, let's have a look at what we have in the store, in the mutation. So right here, I'm going to put debugger and have a look. So we have surveys, we have data. We need to take the data and assign it into surveys data. Looks good. However, the thing is that in the surveys component, we expect surveys, but instead we need to return .data. That's the thing, we made changes in the store right here. Okay, if we save this and reload the page, let's continue. Here we have. So we have all those surveys. Images are missing. I think because in the surveys we are still using the image, not image URL. So let's collapse the header. Right here we are iterating over surveys. Right here we need to use image underscore URL. If we save this and have a look, that looks awesome. So we have all these surveys. Okay, now I'm going to actually create new component for survey list item and move each individual item right there. So let's go in the components, and right here I'm going to create survey list item.view. Let's generate the boilerplate code and work right here. I'm going to collapse the left side. Okay, first of all, let's actually grab everything from here and paste everything here. And in the surveys view, I'm going to use survey list item component, which was automatically imported by VS Code. Okay, we need to start iterating right here, v4. So let's copy the v4 section. Here we have v4 as well as the key. I'm going to take out this. And here we have v4 and key. We can put this on a single line. And we need to pass a survey object as a prop. So here is our survey. Let's actually show this on separate lines, just like this. Okay, now in the survey list item, I need to remove the debugger from the mutation from here. Okay, fine. Now in the survey list item, let's scroll down below. I'm going to change the script to use composition API. And right here, I'm going to define props. And we're going to have only one prop, which is going to be survey to be object. Okay. And I want to take the received survey and save it in a variable called survey. Looks awesome. I'm going to also define emits, define emit. We're going to define delete and edit. Whenever delete or edit buttons are clicked, we are going to emit to the parent. Okay, now let's find those buttons. This is the delete button, and instead of calling delete survey, I'm going to call emit on delete, and we're going to pass the current survey. Let's scroll up. This is the delete button. On delete, on edit, basically, we just redirect user, so we don't actually need to do anything regarding edit. So we can even remove this from here, save that, go in the service component, and add right here delete. Okay, whenever delete is called on that component, we need to call delete survey. Okay, right here we show the confirmation. That looks awesome. Let's have a look. We have an error, undetermined string constant. Oops. Where it is in the survey list item. Let's remove this. All right, reload the page. We have everything. If I just click delete, edit, it works fine. The survey is open. If I click delete, it shows this confirmation. We can implement delete in the surveys right here, just like we did for the from the survey view. So we just need to call store dispatch delete survey, and we need to pass survey.id. Okay, let's have a look. Let me actually create new one. I don't want to delete existing ones. Test. Let's choose image. Hit on save. That was saved. Go in the surveys list, and let's go down below. We have the Node.js right here. Let's open the network and click on delete. Okay on that. The request was made, survey was deleted, but this survey still stays right here. We need to reload the list of the surveys. Okay, we can do this right here. Whenever the survey is deleted, in the callback, we're going to call store dispatch get surveys. Okay, let's create one more survey. I'm going to create without image in this case. Oops, I need to go in the list. And let's call delete. Okay, it was deleted, surveys were fetched, and we have updated list right here, which looks awesome. We have successfully implemented survey creation, update, as well as the delete. Now we need to focus on creating questions. First of all, let's go on the backend side, and we need to work in the survey controller. But let's understand whenever we send a request, what type of data we send. So let's create new survey, and in this case, we need to add questions, like question 1, for example. I'm going to hit on save right here, and let's see what data we sent. In the payload, we have questions. So in the questions, we have each question has basically data, description, ID, question. Everything basically is successfully sent from the front end. So if I add one more question, that's going to be sent right here. But we don't handle those questions on the backend side. So let's go in the survey controller, and at the top, whenever we basically create new survey in the store action, we need to handle the saving of questions right here. Actually, we need to do this right here down below. So here's the place where we need to create new questions. First of all, I'm going to get the questions data from the data and start iterating over those questions. Each question needs to have survey ID. So I'm going to take the just created survey ID and give it to the question. And then I'm going to save this question, but I need to apply validations on each individual question as well. I'm going to create a separate method called create question. I'm going to pass that question object, and its purpose is simply to create a question in the database. Okay, so in the store, we did everything. Now we need to create that create question method. Okay, down below, we can create private or protected method, and let's work right here. So here we need to check if the data contains data right there. So this data is whatever we send as an object right here. So this might contain options array, for example, if the question type is select or checkbox or radio. Okay, so if the data contains data, which is object in JavaScript, but it's going to be array in the PHP side, so we need to encode that and save it as a JSON string. So we need to call JSON encode on that data and assign it back to the data. Okay, now we need to do that because we cannot save an array in the database, so we need to save this as a JSON. Now we're going to create validator right here. I'm going to create new validator and pass data, and let's define rules. The question needs to be required and string. The type needs to be required, and we have basically 5 types at the moment. So the type needs to be one of the following types. So I'm going to use rule in this case and pass the available types. But I don't want to just type right here text, select, etc. So I want to create, I can create enum, but because we are doing this on PHP 8.0, and if you're just following this tutorial on 8.0, you're going to have issues because you have to update your PHP version to 8.1. If you are doing this on PHP 8.1, you can just have implement this using enums in the validator of, like if we just open Laravel validators, you can see right here that this one supports enum. Okay, enum rule, and you can do that. But in my case, I'm going to just pass right here an array rule in, and I'm going to open survey.php model, and I'm going to create a constant variables right here for different types, like type tag, it's going to be text, and just like this, I'm going to duplicate and create all types. Okay, so here I copied and pasted all the types, text, text area, select, radio, and checkbox. Now, if you go in the survey controller, I'm going to use those types right here. Okay, the next field is description, which can be nullable and string. The next field is data, which must be presented simply. It must be simply presented in the data, and I do this because whenever I just put the validated data inside the question create, this should not be skipped. Okay, the last one is survey ID, which must exist in the survey ID field. Okay, and finally, I'm going to call survey question create. I'm going to pass the validated data and return just created question. We have used right here validator class, rule class, and survey question. So we have to import those. Let's scroll at the top, and right here, I'm going to use all those classes. Okay, we have implemented saving questions. Now let's go in the browser and reload the page. And let's add questions. Well, this is an update. We didn't implement this on update. We did this on create. So let's create new one. I'm going to call this test2. And let's add 2 questions. Question 1, which is going to be text. And this one's going to be question 2, which is going to be select. And let's add option 1. Let's save this. Okay, we have an error. We didn't do something correctly. Undefined array key questions. Okay, it seems like getting the questions on survey controller line 48 did not work successfully. And that's probably because the survey store request doesn't have questions in the rules. And I'm right. So right here, we need to specify questions to be array. Let's save this and make request once again. We still have the same error. Now the issue is that the question is not added into fillable. That's also correct. We need to open survey question right here, and we need to add fillable and add right here question, data, type, survey ID, and what's next? Let's see what information we pass. Data, description, ID, question, type. We have question, data, type, survey ID, and we need description. I think we passed everything. Now let's make request once again and have a look. I think now it was successfully saved. We got the response back. Now we need to have a look in the database. So if I just reload this and go in the survey questions. Yeah, let's go in the survey questions. Okay, I actually have already questions for those other surveys which I created manually, but we are interested on this one, question 1 and question 2. On question 1, we have empty array. However, on question 2, which has type of select, this is what we just created, it has the options, and this one, I think it has option 1 as well. So it looks like everything worked fine. Now we need to return those questions on the front-end side. So let's go in the survey, and well, basically we need to have a look in the survey resource. Right here, whenever we call the to array, instead of passing empty array right here, we're going to return these questions. But I think this will not work because our survey does not have relationship. Also, our question doesn't have relationship to the survey. Now, let's do this. Here, I'm going to create a public function, and I'm going to call this questions. And we're going to return this as many survey question class. And that's it. And in the survey question, we need to create public function, survey, and we're going to return this belongs to survey, oops, that should be survey : class. That's how it should be. Now, whenever we access surveys, it's going to return an array. Let's have a look in the browser. Well, this should return questions for every survey. basically, not only when we create. So if we go in the surveys and just click, let's open any, like we created the test2, so let's edit this one. We should get questions right there. So let's expand this. The questions is empty array. Why is this? Because that one doesn't have any questions. I think, let's open this one. Okay, I think the reason is that we have pagination right here. Let's open the other one, which I'm sure it has questions like this one, for example. Okay, let's go, and here we have the questions. Okay, we got all the questions. So returning questions actually works fine. That's the same survey we had inside the TMP surveys, but the data is string, and the create data is that thing. And I want to create now survey question resource. Okay, and return this. I'm going to bring up the terminal and call PHP artisan make resource, and I'm going to call this survey question resource. Hit enter. Let's collapse the terminal. Now let's go in the HTTP resources survey question resource, and right here let's implement to array. Okay, we need to return ID, type, question, description, and the data, but the data should be JSON decoded thing. Okay, so let's wrap this inside string, and we're going to return these following fields. As for the data, let's just return data is JSON decode this data. Now we need to use that survey question resource in the survey resource. So instead of just returning this, I'm gonna call survey question resource collection and pass these questions. Now let's save this and reload the page and see what we get. So we get data as an object, we get description, ID, question, and type. Let's actually have a look in the survey we created. Now let me actually zoom out this slightly. Okay, I think we don't have this right now, but if we go in the survey controller and find the index and increase the pagination to be like 50, for example, and reload the page, we should be able to see this test2 with the ID 61, which is this one. And now we should have our given questions, like to a question, type text, and the question one, type select with option, single option, which is option one. So, and down below, we also have those options populated. This looks awesome. So this shows that we successfully implemented creating questions. However, we need to also implement the updating of the questions. Okay, looks fine. So we have also implemented getting the questions properly. Now let's go in the survey controller, find the update method, and implement updating questions right here. Okay, after the survey is successfully updated, we need to get the IDs of existing questions as a plain array. Then we need to get the IDs of the past questions, the questions which are in the request of the new questions. Then we're going to find questions which needs to be deleted, and we're going to do this by array difference. So from these IDs into these IDs, we're going to see everything. Then we're going to find questions which we need to add. Then we need to delete those questions. Then we need to create new questions. And finally, we need to update existing questions. Let's start step by step. So right here, to get the existing IDs, I'm going to call survey questions. I'm going to call the plank method on this questions collection, which will return a collection of the IDs, and then I'm going to call to array. Finally, the existing IDs will be just a plain array of IDs of existing questions. Next, I'm going to get the data questions ID as a normal plain array of IDs. Okay, I'm going to use this array helper. Down below, I'm going to find the questions which I need to delete. And I'm going to do this using array diff from existing questions to the new ones. Okay, so down below, I'm going to find the questions which I need to add. So these are the new IDs. If the new IDs contain, for example, 1, 2, and 3, and the existing IDs contain, for example, the new IDs basically might contain some UIDs, because for the questions we are passing random UID. If there are some UIDs which does not present in the existing IDs, then of course these are the questions which we need to add. Okay, down below we need to just simply delete the delete IDs, and that's going to be the plain array of IDs, and just like that we delete. Down below we need to create new questions, and this is pretty much similar what we did for the create of the survey. We iterate over data questions, and we're going to check one additional thing compared to the creating of the survey. Let's scroll up and have a look to remember this. So right here we have this create question. Just one additional thing we do here is that we need to check if the question ID is in the toAdd array, because that might be the question which we need to update, not delete. Okay, and right here we have that we assign the survey ID, and then finally we're going to call create question and pass the question object, which will simply create question in the database. Now let's see the questions we need to update. I'm going to create a map of existing questions where the key is the ID. Finally, the question map will be like ID corresponds to an actual object, what we received in the request. Then I'm going to start iterating over the database questions. Then I'm going to check if the question ID, the database question ID, exists inside the question map. This means that this is the question we need to update. Okay, the database question ID was presented in the request, so the question was not deleted on the user interface. So we have still that question, and I'm going to call update question method, which doesn't exist yet, but we're going to create that soon. I'm going to pass the question model, and I'm going to pass that questions map question ID right here. Okay. And just like that, we have implemented everything what we need. We need to scroll up and import that array helper right here. Eliminate support array. Now, let's go on the front-end side and see how this will work. Actually, let's find where it is, the update survey request. And if we don't have questions right here, we have it. So we don't need to do anything right here. Now, let's actually modify this and call this updated, and hit on save. Okay, we have an error. Let's have a look. Survey question, update question doesn't exist. Obviously, we have not implemented this method update question. I'm going to hit Alt and Enter, add method down below, and let's implement this. Okay, I'm going to define that the question is basically an instance of survey question, and I'm going to call this data. Here we need to check again if the data is presented inside the data, then we need to encode that and sign back. Then we create again validator. On the validator, we define ID must exist in the survey question ID column. Then we define questions, and type needs to be one of those types. Down below, we define description to be nullable string, and data must be presented in the object. Okay, down below, we just call update with the validator updated. Okay, let's save this and have a look in the browser. Let's hit save right here. We got successful response. If we have a look in the questions, the first one has updated right there. So if I just reload the page, I see the question 1 is updated. Let's actually add a few more options like 2, 3, and 4. Let's hit save. It was successfully saved. Let's reload the page. Scroll down below, we have those options. Let's actually change this type into radio and save. Reload the page. And still we have radio. We have successfully implementing saving of questions, which was the most of the things about our application. Let's add some description as well. Reload the page. And here we see the description. It would be nice to show the notification whenever I hit save. Let's show a notification that the survey was successfully updated. Now, let's implement the notification. I'm going to open store, and inside the store, I'm going to define a new state for the notification. For example, right here, notification. It's going to have two properties, show, which by default will be false, and message. The message we need to display, and that's going to be null. Now, I'm going to create new component, and I'm going to do this in the components array. I'm going to call this notification.view. Right here, let's define the boilerplate code, and I'm going to use the composition API. So I'm going to define setup right here. I'm going to import computed from Vue. Then I'm going to use store from Vuex and create that store. And finally, I'm going to create constant notification, which is going to be the computed store state notification. Okay, just like that, we have the notification, and we can print or use that in the template. Let's define right here a div, which will only be displayed if the notification show is true. We're going to add classes right here. We're going to display the notification message inside the div. And in terms of classes, we're going to add it to be fixed. And it should be always at the bottom left corner of the screen. It's going to have a width of 300 pixels, left 4, bottom 4, some padding, horizontal, vertical, text white. And I'm going to also add right here animated fade in down class. This should give us nice fade in down animation, which I'm going to create. That class doesn't exist in Tailwind, and I'm going to create that. But besides that, I'm going to add right here a class as a computed, as a view property, bound property. And I'm going to check basically if the notification type is success, then I'm going to give it background emerald 500. Otherwise, I'm going to give it background red 500. Okay, so we need to define the type on the notification as well. Okay, and just like this, we have the notification component ready. Let's go in the Vuex and add right here type as well, which is going to be null by default. And now I'm going to go in the default layout and use that notification right here, notification. Okay, so the notification was automatically imported. And just like this, we have, I think it's set in the component. So we have everything properly set up. Okay, if I just go in the index and change this show into true and have a look in the browser what happens. So we see right here red. So this means that the notification actually was successfully created. But in this case, because the type is not success, it gives the following class. So if I just define type to be success and the message to be something, we save this and have a look in the browser, we see that notification. Okay, let's implement displaying the notification properly. So I'm going to create a mutation for that. So down below, I'm going to create notify. We accept state and some sort of like data right here. Well, we accept data right here, but I want to destructure that and take out message from here and type. Okay, first I'm going to set the show property to true. I'm going to assign the type and message as well. And I want to hide the notification after 3 seconds. So I'm going to write set timeout. After 3 seconds, just hide the notification. Now we need to go in the survey view. And whenever the survey was successfully updated, right here, I'm going to call store commit notify. Okay, and I'm going to pass type to be success and message should be survey was successfully updated. Let's save this and have a look. Let's scroll down below, hit save, and we got this notification, survey was successfully updated, which disappears after 3 seconds. The last thing we need to do here is to add some nice animation. For this, I'm going to go in the Tailwind config and extend the theme and create animation right here. I'm going to define keyframes right here. and the name will be fading down. I'm going to define from and to. Inside the from, the transform needs to be translate y, so basically the object will go a little bit up from position, will be minus 0.75 rem, and the opposite will be 0, and the to position will be transformed translate 0, and the opposite will be 1. And down below these keyframes, we're going to add animation, and the fading down corresponds to fading down, 0.2 seconds, easy in out, and both. If we save this and have a look, let's hit save right here, and we see this nice animation. This looks awesome. Look at this. Now, I want to apply this nice animation to the list of the surveys. So whenever we have that list, I want this list to nicely fade on one after another. So let's go in the survey. I'm going to close everything and open surveys. And at the top, we iterate over survey list items. And right here, I'm going to add a class with opacity. Opacity needs to be 0. I'm going to use the animate fading down. And let's have a look so far how this looks like. If I just reload the page, we have this nice animation, but all of them animated once. I want one by another, like one after another. Like in this style, I'm going to define the animation delay needs to be based on the index of the current iteration. So I'm going to use index right here, and animation delay needs to be that index multiplied on 0.1 second, something like this. Okay. If I save this and have a look, reload the page, and we see this nice animation. Look at this. They animate one after another. That looks awesome. If I just click edit, I want to add animation right here as well. So I'm going to open survey view, and let's find the place where we have form. And on the form, I'm going to add class animate fading down. Save this and reload the page. We have this nice animation here as well. When we reload the surveys, we see an empty screen until the survey actually is fetched. So we don't use this loading property on the Vuex. So I'm going to define right here, if survey is in loading state, we show loading text. Otherwise, in VElse, we're going to show the actual surveys. So let's have a look, reload the page. We don't see anything. Why? Because I think I know the reason. Down below, the surveys equals to the surveys data, but I'm going to change this, and the surveys equals to state surveys, but we're going to iterate over surveys data, and we're going to show surveys loading right here. Save this and have a look, reload the page. We see loading, and then the list appears. Now I'm going to implement pagination as well right here. Okay, down below. Actually, I'm going to wrap the pagination and this one in a new div right here in the VElse. Let's wrap it. Okay, and down below, I'm going to define pagination. Okay, let's observe how we're going to do the pagination. Whenever we get surveys, we have the following information: links and meta. Links contain like first and last links, but they don't seem to be working. Of course, we can have a look in the Laravel documentation and make them working, but I don't need that links. I need meta, because the meta contains everything, like how many items we have on per page, what is total, what's the current path, and the links. That links actually contains everything what we are interested. Like if we go in the backend side and open the controller, survey controller, and scroll at the top to find the index. Right here we have the pagination 50. I'm going to set it to 5. Now let's have a look. Reload the page, click on this, and go in the meta links. You see, we have 6 links. The first one is the previous, the next one is the label one, and the URL as well. So URLs seems to be correct as well. Okay, so what if we just iterate over those links and just display the buttons? And whenever the button is clicked, we're going to make requests on the following URL to actually fetch the data. Okay, I think we can do this. Let's go in the Vuex and define links on the surveys. Let's scroll up. We have surveys right here. We have loading, we have data. I'm going to define links to be an array. And in the surveys, we can use that links by accessing surveys.links. And let's just print that information. Surveys.links. And whenever we get the response in the Vuex as well, and that should be done in the mutation, set surveys, we have the surveys, and let's duplicate this. And we're going to take links from meta links and assign it to surveys links. Now, if we have a look in the browser, down below, we have all those links. Look at this. So we just need to iterate and just render them properly. Let's go in the surveys, delete this, and render them right here. Okay, I'm going to create one wrapper div element with a flex and justify center and some margin top. Then I'm going to create nav item with some Tailwind.css classes like inline flex, justify center, rounded, and so on. Down below, I'm going to start already iterating my surveys links, and I'm going to just take out the link and the index. I'm going to use the index to be a key, and I'm going to disable this link if the link URL doesn't exist. And that's going to happen whenever we, the previous, for example, doesn't have any URL because we're on the first page. In this case, it's going to be disabled. And I'm going to use this vhtml. So let's have a look so far. Down below, we already have content rendered, but we need to apply proper styling on this, where it is, a element. Okay, so we're going to add like click event handler, area current, and classes. Those classes are general classes like display inline flex, item center, some padding, border, text small, white space, no wrap, and so on. Okay, save this and have a look. This looks nicer so far, but we're going to add classes again. And right here, I'm going to use conditional statement to add classes. Like, for example, if link is active, we're going to add the index as well as background indigo, border indigo, and text indigo. Otherwise, we're going to add background white and border gray and text gray. Save this and have a look. Now this looks already good. I'm going to add one more thing. If the current index of the link is 0, this means that this is the first button. I'm going to add rounded left MD and save this and have a look. Now we see that the left side of the pagination is rounded. And I'm going to add one additional statement. If the index is survey links length -1, if this is the last link, I'm going to add rounded right MD. Let's save this and have a look. Now we have this nice pagination. Now we need to create that get for page. Let's scroll down below. Let's create right here a function get for page which accepts the link. We're going to do an if statement. If the link URL doesn't exist or link is already active, we just don't do anything and return immediately. Otherwise, we're going to call dispatch get surveys, and we're going to pass the link URL as a URL inside that object, payload object. Now, if we go in the get surveys action right here, we're going to accept right here payload object and take out URL from there. Okay, but sometimes we call the get surveys without any additional argument. For example, at the top, we call it without additional arguments. So we need to assume that this object basically has a default value of an empty object. Okay, and if the URL is not presented there, we can give it also a default value of null. Now we need to check if the URL basically is null. We're going to take /survey, whatever is written right here. Okay, and we're going to pass URL. So we accept URL. If the URL exists, we take that. Otherwise, we make request on /survey. Now let's save this and have a look in the browser. So let's zoom out slightly. We are displaying, I think, 5 items. Here we have that. Now if I click on 2, now we get next 5 items. The request was made with the page number 2. Now this is the 3rd page, this is 4th page, and that's it. We have successfully implemented pagination. The previous and the next button will also work, and the index is currently active as well. So if we just reach to the end, then click on next, nothing really happens. However, the scroll jumps at the top. This happens because in the surveys right here, we need to pass an event. And we just need to call event prevent default because this has href right here. Okay, so let's scroll down below. We get event, and on event, we're going to call prevent default. Save this and have a look. Next, 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 and nothing really happens. Or if we click on the same button, nothing really happens. Okay, congratulations. You have successfully implemented pagination. Now, I want to start working on a public page. Survey creation doesn't mean anything if you are not able to take the survey and complete that. Okay, right here next to this delete button on the left side, I'm going to add a link which is going to open the survey in a new tab. It's going to be the how you basically should take the survey and finish that. And anyone can use that URL, send to friends or share on social media to ask them to complete the survey. Okay, let's go in the VS Code and open that survey list item. And right here we have this edit button. Router link, we have this delete button on the right side. I want to basically create a div right here, give it a class of flex and items center. And right here, I'm going to put this delete button. And before that delete button, let's collapse the button. I want to put right here that link. Okay, first let's create a element. Then I'm going to add href right there. The href will be view survey and the survey Slug. I'm going to also add a target blank right here. Let's add a couple of Tailwind.css classes to this link. And finally, right here, we're going to put an SVG icon copied from the hero icons. Let's have a look in the browser. So we see this nice link. Whenever we click that, new tab opens. Right now, the URL is not configured, but we have the button. Okay, now let's create the new view. I'm going to go in the views section right here, and I'm going to create a file called survey public view file. Let's generate boilerplate code right here, and we're going to get back to this. We can just write public view, save that, and we need to open now Router and configure a new route right here. Okay, down below the dashboard, I'm going to write new URL route. The path will be /view/survey/ and right here we're gonna get a variable called slug, and then we need to specify the name as well. That's gonna be survey public view, and the component will be survey public view. Okay, let's import that survey public view. So I'm gonna just duplicate the register and change this into survey public view. Let's save this and go in the browser, click on this button, and we see this public view. Okay, our route is ready, our component is ready. Let's go in the survey public view and work right here. Let's remove this export default, and I'm going to add setup on the script tag. Let's collapse the styles, and here we start. All right, let's start everything with a div with some padding. Inside there, I'm going to check if the loading flag is true. We're going to show some loading indicator, just like we did in a survey view or in a survey list page. We need to show some loading indicator until the survey loads. In the VElse, we're going to render the form with container and margin horizontal auto to be the container in the center, basically. Okay, we also add a submit event handler with the submit survey. The functions which I'm putting right here doesn't exist yet, but we're going to create, of course. Down below, we create a div with the grid display, and we show it 6 columns. On the left side, we're going to show an image. On the right side, we're going to show title and description. We put right here an image. We put the title in the h1 tag with text 3x large and margin bottom. We also put description inside the paragraph with text gray and text small. All right, down below we need to create another div which is going to be the wrapper for every survey questions. We're going to start iterating over our survey questions, and we're going to create a new component called question viewer. And on that question viewer, we're going to pass vModel, and there's going to be answers objects inside this component, which we will describe right now. We're going to pass also the question and the index. Okay. Down below, we're going to create a submit button with a lot of Tailwind.css classes. Those classes are repeated in many places in the application, but in the future, we're going to optimize these and create reusable components. We're going to also create component for this button. Okay. Now, above this div, I'm going to create another div, which is going to be check. If survey is already finished, we're going to handle this case as well. If the survey is already finished, we're going to show some display, some green notification that you have successfully finished the survey, something like this. Otherwise, we display the questions, right? So we're going to add classes to that survey finished div with background emerald, text white, some fixed width. And inside there, we're going to put the text, thank you for participating in this survey. All right, and we're going to also show a button right here, submit another response. Whenever a user clicks on that, the page resets and the user will be able to submit another survey. Again, those classes are repeated in many places, the button classes, but we're going to take care of this a little bit later. All right, let's move down below and create functions and variables in the script. Let's first create a question viewer component. I'm going to go in the component section and create right here a folder called viewer. Inside there, I'm going to create question viewer.vue file. Let's generate the boilerplate and view question. Save that and go in the survey public view. First, we're going to import question viewer from the components viewer, question viewer. Then we're going to import computed and ref also, because we're going to need them. I'm going to import the use route from the Vue Router and create route. I'm going to import use store from the Vuex and create store as well. Okay, down below, I'm going to create already a loading indicator, which is going to be the computed property from store, state, current survey, loading. That's the same state we are using in the survey view. Okay, we're going to also get the survey from store state current survey.data. That's going to be also computed property. All right, down below, I'm going to create a constant variable survey finished, which is going to be the default value false, and that's going to be the indicator when the survey is finished or not. I'm going to also create a variable for answers, which has default value and object. The answers will have the following pattern. It's going to have the following format. It's going to be an object, and the key will be the question ID, and the value will be the chosen answer or answers on that question. All right, down below, we're going to make a request to get the survey by its slug, because we implemented in the URL to have the survey slug. That's good for SEO, so for search engines. And now we need to make requests to get that by slug. That get survey by slug doesn't exist in the store. We're going to create it. Down below, we can already create submit survey function. Let's first print what's going to be the answers.value. I'm going to stringify that and show as a JSON in the console with the indentation of 2, just to have a nice output. Okay, next, we're going to make requests to save the answers. We're going to call this action save survey answer. And we're going to pass an object right here. We're going to pass the survey ID, which is going to be survey.value.id. And we're going to pass also the answers, which is going to be answers.value. Okay, whenever we got the response, we need to check. If the response status is 201, it means that the server successfully saved the answer on the backend, and we can just show the survey finished success notification. Okay. And down below, we need to create submit another response function, inside which we simply reset answers value equals an empty object and the survey finished equals false, which means that the form will be basically reset. Okay, so far so good. We can go on the frontend side, reload the page, and in the console, we should see an error, get survey by Slug. So let's open store and create get survey by Slug right here. We create the function, we accept a commit as the first parameter, we destructure the first parameter object and take out commit from there. We get the Slug as well. Now we need to indicate that the loading has been started. So I set current survey loading to be true. Then we're going to make an HTTP request on survey by Slug endpoint, and we're going to pass the Slug as an argument. That endpoint doesn't exist yet, but we're going to create that. Inside then of that request, we set the current survey to be res.data. We also disable the survey loading, and we return the response. We listen also catch. Inside catch, we disable survey loading and throw an error. All right, we have this action already ready. Let's remove this line. Now, if we go in the browser and reload, we see the HTTP not found error, basically. Okay, we need to go on the backend side and create that endpoint. All right, let's open api.php first. And right here, we have a couple of actions. And basically, we need to add this endpoint to be out of root middleware sanctum. So unauthorized guest users should also be able to make requests on the following endpoint. So right here, probably before the register, we're going to create that route. We need to define get endpoint. The URL will be survey by Slug /survey. And we need to indicate right here survey controllers. And we can use show action of the survey controller. Let's open survey controller and open the show. But right here we have check if the survey user ID doesn't equal to the current user ID, which will not be relevant if we are trying to access that as a guest. Okay, that's not going to be relevant. So we have to probably create another action, and we could call this survey for guests, for example. We're going to duplicate this and create down below survey for guest. And let's remove this request parameter, and we need to remove that if statement as well. Okay, everything else will be the same. It's very simple. We just return the survey. Let's go in the API, and right here we need to specify an action, show for guest. Show for guest. Yeah, we have the correct naming. And at the top, we need to import the survey controller as well. And we can actually replace this one with the use as well. Okay, we have an endpoint. However, because we have indicated that the parameter name is survey right here, and we are using right here an survey model, Laravel will basically guess that whatever comes right here is a primary key of the survey model and try to resolve and select a survey for me. However, this will not work in this case because we are passing right here ID. Okay, sorry, we're passing right here Slug. If we would pass an ID instead of Slug in the HTTP request, that would work. Okay, however, there's a method in the API configuration right here to specify that whenever we get the survey right here, I want to select the survey by Slug, okay, colon and Slug. In such a case, whenever Laravel tries to select a survey, it's going to select the survey by Slug. Let's save this and reload the page. And right here, we see already successfully returned response with data and everything. The questions also. Okay, perfect. So we have title, we have description, and we have view question 4 times. And that basically comes from the this one, question viewer. Looks awesome. Let's actually collapse the developer tools. And now we need to work on the question viewer component. Let's remove this export default and add setup right here. Let's define props right here. We're going to define question to be an object, index to be number, and we need to define modal value as well, which can be string or array. So those are the props which are passed from survey public view. If we scroll up from here, we pass those things. And whenever we pass the modal from here, that's going to be accepted as a modal value inside the props. Okay. Then we're going to destructure that props and take out question, index, and modal value. And just like that, we can already use them in the template. Down below, we're going to define emits, and that's going to be update modal value. If we want to set up two-way binding using vmodal, we need to emit an event called update modal value. Okay. Then we're going to import ref from here, and I'm going to define a modal, and if question type is checkbox, the modal equals to ref an empty object. The modal basically will only be used for the checkbox types, and that's necessary because checkbox can have multiple answers. And we're going to save that in an object where option UUID, checkbox option UUID corresponds either true or false, that option is marked or not. Okay, that's it so far. We have our script so far ready, and we can move on the template. All right, let's define field set right here with slight margin bottom. Inside there, I'm going to create two divs. One will be for the question title and description. Second will be for options of this question. And down below, I'm going to create horizontal line. Okay, inside the first div, we're going to put a legend, which is going to be the question description, question text with the index of that question as well. And let's actually save this, and we should be able to see a result so far. So let's reload the page, and just like this, we see questions. Okay, let's move on. And down below, we're going to create a question description as a paragraph. And inside the second div, we're going to write several if-else statements, and that we need to handle each individual question type differently. Okay, if it's a select, we need to show select, of course, with Tailwindcss classes, and we need to show, we need to give that select a value, which is going to be the modal value, and we need to also listen to change event. And whenever this happens, we need to emit update modal value with the event target value. Okay, inside the select, we need to start iterating over question data options. We need to display them. However, we need to also display select all. So please select option inside the select. Okay, and let's also add value to each individual option to be option.text and key as well. Let's save this and have a look. Now we see please select, and we can select any of those options. Okay, now let's continue and move down on question type radio. We start iterating over options of question data options. We add right here class like flex and item center. We need this because we're going to display input as well as the label, and we need them aligned to be properly. We show input right here with an ID, which is going to be the option UUID, and we add name as well to radio. Every radio in a single question needs to have the same name. Okay, otherwise you would be able to select multiple radios. So we add also a value to be option.text, and we add change event as well. That's going to emit update modal value with the event target value. Okay, down below the input, we're going to show label, which has a for option UUID, some classes, and option text. Let's save this, and we can have a look so far. Reload the page. We probably don't have radio questions in this survey. That's why we don't see them. Okay, let's move on. Now for the checkbox, we do something similar we did for the radio. We start iterating over our options. We give it a class. We show input type checkbox. we give it a vModal. In this case, we give it a vModal, and that's going to be the modal option text. Okay, the modal, as I mentioned, is an object right here. However, I mentioned that the this object key was UID, but actually it's a text, and the change on change, we listen to that and we need to emit that event. Okay, we need to create that on checkbox change function later. Down below, we create label. Now, if we save this and have a look, now we see checkbox questions, how they look like. Okay, let's continue. And down below, for input type text, that's pretty straightforward. We show input type text with the value to be modal value, and we emit an event on input. For text area, we do the same. We give the value to be modal value, and we emit an event on input. Okay. Now we save this and we have all questions basically. So if we just go in the survey and open this one, which has most of the questions, actually I don't want to edit, I want to open in a new tab. Now we see all those questions. We see checkboxes, and these are radios, and now you see that this one works fine. However, if we basically go in the input type radio here and remove this name, we see that we will be able to select multiple radio options. Okay, so we save that, and that's how it should be. And yeah, just like this, we have most of the things ready. Now let's go down below in the script area, and we need to create on checkbox change function. Okay, before we do this, let's actually observe how the checkbox values look like. So I'm going to create a pre-tag right here and display modal. Let's save this and have a look. Look at this. Click on Laravel. We see Laravel equals true. Click on E2. E2 equals 2. If I untick Laravel, that's going to turn into false. So the text is either presented in the object and is true, or it's basically not presented, which means it's also false. Okay, so now let's remove this, and down below, let's define this function. Okay, we define a function on checkbox change. We create a constant variable selected options. I want to finally emit an array of texts. Okay, let's continue, and I'm gonna start iterating over modal value, where this one will be basically not the UID, but that's going to be the key of the modal value. In our example, that's going to be the text. Then I'm going to check if inside the modal value there exists for the given UID something that's going to be text, as I mentioned. And finally, we're going to put that in the selected options. Okay, that one. And again, down below, we're going to emit and update modal value event with selected options. Let me actually change this to be text. Okay, that's going to be more clear. And just like this, the selected options will contain all the selected texts like Laravel, E2, CodeIgniter as an array. Okay, let's save this and go in the survey public view. And we have right here answers, and let's print answers in the console basically. So we actually print that answers in the console right here. So let's bring up the terminal, go in the console, and let's fill up the form. Okay, so I'm going to select Georgia, select those two, select Laravel 8, all of the above, something right here, and favorite channel, that's going to be Traverse Media. Okay, I'm going to click on Submit. And let's go in the info section. So right here, we see that the question number 15 has an answer Georgia, 16 has JavaScript and PHP, 17 has Laravel E2, and so on. You get the idea. So that's exactly how we want it. And finally, we have this whole JSON, which needs to be sent on the backend side. We don't have that save survey answer action yet created in the store. So we need to go now in the store and create that. Okay, down below, get survey by Slug. Let's create the function here. We create save survey answer. We get the context object and the structure and take out commit. we get the payload and take out survey ID and answers from here. We make an HTTP request and pass the answers. And inside the URL, we specify the survey ID. So our URL basically looks like survey/survey ID/answer. And we need to define that endpoint on the backend side. And we immediately return whatever comes from here. So we don't update state whenever this happens. Let's put comma right here. And now let's go in the browser and try to make a request. I don't need to fill everything in order to be able to make request. Go in the network, click on submit, and the request was made. In the URL, we have survey ID. In the payload, we pass all the answers. Those are only selected answers. Because we haven't selected everything, we don't see everything right here. But of course, we got not found because that endpoint doesn't exist yet. So let's go on the backend and create that. Okay, down below this get survey by Slug, let's create post method of post route, basically survey variable right here and the answer, and we pass right here store survey action. The store survey doesn't exist and we need to create this right now. Let's open survey controller, and down below, probably below the show for guest, let's create it right here. Let's define right here store answer. We accept survey model right here, but we want to also accept right here store request object. That's going to be something like store survey answer request, just like we have for store or update of the, where's that? Here it is. Just like we have update survey request or store survey request, we need store survey answer request. So I'm going to bring up the terminal and run php artisan make :request, and I'm going to call this store survey answer request. Hit enter, and the request was generated. Let's go in the app http requests. We have that store survey request. First of all, let's change this authorize into true, and down below inside the rules, we're gonna specify that the request contains answers basically, and that's the only thing it contains. That's gonna be required for sure, and it's gonna be array. Okay, and that indicates that in the request, in the payload, we pass answers. That's gonna be array. Actually, for JavaScript, it's an object, but for PHP, that's going to be associative array, where key corresponds to some value. All right, we have that store survey request. Now let's go in the survey controller, and we need to use that store survey request right here. And let's scroll up and write a use statement to use that store survey answer request. All right, now down below, let's continue, and we need to take out the validated data from that request. Then we can already call survey answer. Do you remember our table structure? Let's go in the database migrations, and right here we have surveys, survey questions, survey answers, and survey question answers. Okay. So we need to first save a record in the survey answers table, and then we need to save answers in survey question answers. Okay, so let's continue, and in the survey answer, we pass survey ID, we pass start date and end date. In this case, both will be the same. And down below, we start iterating over our validated answers. It's going to be an associative array where key is the question ID and the value is an answer. But we need to also check if the question is actually valid in terms of if the question ID comes on the same survey on which the user is doing. So that kind of security checks are very important on production-ready applications. Like technically someone can send right here question ID like 100, which doesn't belong to this survey, but belongs to another survey. And if we don't do any validation check, we simply save in the database that question like 100 has that following answer, which is not correct. So we're going to make a query in the database from the survey question, passing the ID of the question as well as the survey ID. If we just only pass ID and delete that survey ID, that's not going to be enough. Okay, we need to pass that this question definitely belongs to the following survey. And if the question doesn't exist, we return invalid question ID with 400 status code. Otherwise, we continue and we create data to be saved in the survey question answers table. So we pass in the data survey question ID and survey answer ID, and we also pass the answer. If the answer is an array, and this is the case, if it's an array, we need to JSON encode that and save it in the database like that. Okay, and finally, we need to call survey question answer create. And down below, we need to return, basically we can return an empty response, but the status code needs to be 201 because we're listening to that status code on the front-end side. And now let's scroll up and we need to write use statements to use survey answer and survey question answer. All right, let's now hit the submit button and have a look. We got the status code 500. So we have an error, add survey ID to fillable property to allow mass assignment on survey answer. That's correct. We need to open survey answer, and right here we need to add fillable and specify survey ID right here. Let's actually see what properties we are assigning to survey answer. This is the survey answer. We have start date and end date as well. So let's put start date and end date right here. Let's actually open the migrations for survey answers table and have a look. We have survey ID, start date, and end date. So we don't have anything else. So far this looks good, but we need to add that fillable to survey question answer because we're assigning some values there as well. So let's define fillable here. And let's have a look in the survey question answer migration. And we have survey question ID. Let's put this right here. We have survey answer ID. And we have answer as well. And we have timestamps, but we don't want them to put in this fillable. So let's save this and hit the submit button again. And we have 500 again. Column not found, unknown column updated it. That's valid because our survey answer model does not have the dates. Again, have a look in the migration, survey answers table. This one doesn't have timestamps for created at and updated at. So we need to open, let's close this. We need to open the model, and right here we need to define created at column to be null, should be null, and updated at column to be null as well. Now let's save this and hit submit again, and something good is going on. So we got status code 201 created. And we immediately saw that thank you for participating in this survey message, which indicates that the response was saved in the database. So now let's go in the localhost/phpMyAdmin and check if the record was actually saved in the database. So let's go in the Laravel survey. Okay, for some reason my PHP-MyAdmin is broken. I'm not going to spend time on that. I generally use that for tutorials. You can check on your PHP-MyAdmin. It won't be broken on your side, probably. And I use PHP Storm's built-in database tool. So let's click on survey answers. And right here, we see a lot of, so basically I was testing, of course, and I have much more answers, but what we are interested in, if new answer is added right here, right? So if we go in the browser and submit another one, let's choose a couple of options, don't need to fill up everything. Let's open survey question answers as well. We have like 39 records here. I'm going to click on submit. We get the success response. Let's reload these here. 2 responses, 2 answers we are added in the survey question answers table, Georgia, JavaScript, PHP, and in the survey answers, 1 additional record was made. So this proves that the process of saving of answers works perfectly, which is awesome. Next, I want to work on the dashboard. Let's open PHP Store, and I'm going to generate dashboard controller. Let's bring up the terminal, and I'm going to run php artisan make controller dashboard controller. Let's hit enter. The dashboard controller was generated. Let's go in the app, HTTP controllers, and open dashboard controller. I'm going to create right here an action index and return a couple of information from here. I will need to access request probably as well. And I will probably need to take user from the request. And now I'm going to select a couple of information. I want to select total number of surveys user has. I want to select latest survey and display that on the dashboard. I want to get total number of answers, and I want to select latest 5 answers and show that to the dashboard. All right, let's start implementation step by step. I want to first select total number of surveys. For this, I'm going to make a query on the survey. I'm going to add where clause where the user ID of the survey equals the current authorized user ID, and I'm going to call count on that. The first one is very easy. Next, I want to select latest survey. Again, I start select from the survey, then I add a where clause right here. I want to sort the surveys by created at descending, and that's what this latest method does. And then I want to grab the very first survey after we sorted that. Okay, we have the latest survey. Let's move on. I want to select total number of surveys, and the select starts from survey answer. Then we join that to the surveys table with the survey answer survey ID. Okay. Next, we add a where clause that the survey user ID equals the currently authorized user ID. That where clause, the user ID check, is always necessary because we are displaying the dashboard for a specific user, right? Next, I call count, and right here I have total answers count. And finally, the most challenging one is the latest 5 answers. Okay. Again, we start the query from the survey answers. We join to the surveys again. Next, we add a where clause, which is the identical, what we have above. Next, we sort this by the end date descending. We could also write latest end date right here. Next, we limit to select only 5. But finally, we need to select the latest answer. So I call get models, and we select everything from survey answers table. All right, we have all this data. I'm going to return an associative array with total answers, with latest survey, with total answers, sorry, for total surveys, latest survey, total answers. And finally, I'm going to return latest answers, but I want to also create a resource for that, okay, for the latest answers. Let's actually bring up the terminal and generate resource. PHP artisan make resource. We're going to call that survey answer resource. Hit enter on that. Let's actually collapse the terminal and open survey answer resource. Okay, and we need to adjust this to array method. We need to return ID from here, this ID. We need to return survey information as well. And this is going to be, I'm going to use survey resource right here. So it's going to be new survey resource, and we're going to pass this survey. And we probably need to update the survey answers model to add a relationship to the survey. Let's finish this one first. And we're going to also return end date when the survey was actually finished. So that's going to be this end date. All right. Now let's open survey.php, survey model, which this one has many 2 questions. We need to duplicate this and add has many on answers as well. It's going to be survey answer. And if we open survey answer, we need to add right here belongs to. This one belongs to return this. Actually, this should be, sorry, this should be survey, and this belongs to survey : class. All right, just like this from the survey answer resource, this survey will work. All right, let's go in the dashboard controller, and right here I'm going to use latest answers to be survey answer resource collection. Now let's move above and import the classes like survey, survey answer, survey resource, as well as survey answer resource. Okay, we imported them. Now let's open api.php, and we need to add right here as a protected route dashboard index. So we're going to call route get dashboard/index will be dashboard controller class index method. We can replace this with the import, and the dashboard controller will be imported right here. All right, we have the backend almost ready. I think we have it ready. Now we need to move on the front end and make request. Let me actually remove this index from here. It's not necessary. Now let's open VS Code, go in the views, and edit the dashboard file. So this is the place we need to make some changes. Let's actually open the store first, because I want to define a dashboard state right there. Let's move up, and right here I'm going to define dashboard to be an object, dashboard, with loading indicator to be false by default, and data, which is going to be object. Okay, now let's move on the dashboard view, and right here we need to make request to get the dashboard data, then watch the data, get the data, and display it. Okay, first we're going to import use store from Vuex and create store. Next, I'm going to import computed from Vue, and I'm going to create two constant variables for loading and data, which is going to be computed properties from store state. Next, I'm going to make a call a dispatch method on the store with the action get dashboard data. That get dashboard data doesn't exist yet, and we have to create this. Let's open the store, scroll down below, go in the action section, and right here I'm going to create get dashboard data. We create function get dashboard data. We need to start the loading indicator. So I'm going to call a mutation dashboard loading with the flag true. Then I'm going to make an HTTP request on /dashboard endpoint. And then we disable the loading, stop the loading, and set the dashboard data to be res.data, and we return the result. And in the catch, we disable the loading and return the error. Now, let's move down below, and we need to create these two mutations, dashboard loading and set dashboard data. Those are pretty straightforward mutations. We accept loading and set it in the dashboard state. We accept the data and set it in the dashboard data. All right, we have everything ready, and let's go in the dashboard, and right here, we're going to print, I'm going to put in the pre-tags loading and data. Let's save this and have a look in the browser. Here we have loading false, and we have the data. If we just reload, we have loading true, and then we get the data. So the request works perfectly, and now we need to work on displaying that data on the dashboard. Let's delete the pre-tags and create markup. First, I'm going to check if the loading indicator is true. We're going to display loading text. In the v-else, we're going to create div with the class grid. I'm going to use grid layout to display my items. Okay. On that div element, I'm going to add grid calls 1. So on a mobile screen, I want all those 4 cards. I want to create 4 cards as we are returning 4 different types of information from the backend. So I want on a mobile layout to show only 1 card in a width. On the medium screens, I want to show 2 cards. And on large screens, I want to show 3 cards. Okay. However, I'm going to use a row span as well. And you're going to see all this. Okay, next I'm going to add gap between the cards, and I want to make everything text gray 700. Okay, inside the div, I want to add, as I mentioned, 4 different cards. Each card will have background white, shadow, MD, padding. Some of them might have text center, flex, or something like this. You're going to see, but all of those cards basically will have order property. I want those cards to rearrange on a mobile screen. So on a mobile screen, this one will have order 1, but on a larger screen, it's going to change its order position. Okay, let's actually create all 4 cards, okay, with the background and shadow and all the necessary things, and with their default orders. Okay, order 1, order 2, order 3, and this one has order 4. Now let's add order position for larger screens. Like this one will have order 2 on the larger screen. This one will have order 4 on the larger screen. This one have order 1, and this one have order 3. Okay, let's save this and have a look in the browser so far. Okay, this is how it looks. So on the left side, right here in this card, we're going to show latest survey information like the title and image and a number of views, we don't track number of views, but number of answers, and the edit and the probably view answers button as well. Right here, I want to show total number of surveys I have and total number of answers. And on the right side, I want to show the latest 5 answers. All right, let's go in the VS Code. And now I want to add animation class to all those 4 divs to have some nice animation. Okay, if I save this and reload the page, I see all of them animate, but I want them to be animated one by another. So I want to add animation delay on the first div, which actually is which has order 2 on a large screen. I want this one to have animation delay 0.2 second on which has order 4. This one will have animation delay 0.3 second, and this one doesn't have any kind of animation. Okay, if I save this and reload, I see this animating. They are animating nicely on desktop screen. We need to handle this on a mobile, but let's actually focus on the content. Okay, like on a mobile screen, when they change the ordering, the animation delay should be also changed. Okay, but let's, as I mentioned, focus on the content. Oops, what I did. Okay, now let's focus on the content. Right here, we're going to put h3 tag with the total surveys, and that's actually order 2, that's second div. Okay, on desktop, we're going to add right here div with the data total surveys, and this is what we have. Let's add a little bit of classes. Like this one, I want to make the text to be very large, font semi-bold, and things like that. Let's save this, and now this is nice. Let's move on, and on the I want to actually let's create another one, total answers. Right here we add also total answers with some classes, and this is total answers. Down below we need to create a latest survey, and we're going to display an image, data latest survey image URL. We're going to display title, and we're going to display upload date as well. And we're going to display answers, total answers this one has. Okay, let's down below. We're going to add 2 buttons, one for edit survey, another for delete. For the edit, we're going to add 2 as well to the survey view page with the data latest survey ID. Let's add Tailwind.css classes right here, and let's add a pencil icon, hero icon as well. Okay, save this and have a look. Okay, this is how it looks. Down below, we're going to add delete button with view surveys with classes and with hero icon. Let's save this, and this is how it looks. Now let's move on the last div. Right here, we're going to create a wrapper. That's going to be basically for the header. Inside the header, we're going to have latest survey title and view all button. The view all button will not be implemented at the moment. We're going to implement this later. Down below, I'm going to start iterating over latest surveys as an A tag, and we're going to add classes to this one as well, and output answer survey title, on which survey the answer was made, and the date when the answer was made. Okay, we save this, and this is the information, okay, what we have so far. Okay, this looks awesome. And I think the dashboard has all the kind of information we want, and we don't need to do anything right here. So we don't implement the view answers yet and view all, which basically do something similar. That's gonna give us possibility to see all answers. That's gonna give us possibility to see answers of that survey, and that should be specific answers like this specific one. Okay, if we just go to surveys and go back to dashboard, they are animating nicely and we have that. Let's check how they look on smaller screens. That's the medium screen size and that's the mobile. Okay, this is exactly what I wanted. One thing to note right here, these answers does not reflect the answers on that latest survey. That's incorrect information and that's bug of the code. So this one displays the total answers, which we need to fix. And I also want to fix the following thing, upload date, which looks ugly to me, and I want to change the format of that. Let's actually go on the backend, and I want to open survey answer resource, and let's change the date, first of all, to be new date time. We're going to pass the end date and finally format that into year, month, day, hour, minute, and second. We need to put this new date time in a parenthesis, just like this, save and reload. We don't get that. Okay, let's go on the front-end side and have a look what information we get. So we get the survey upload date, like that's the survey create date actually, and that's actually correct. Latest survey created at. So we don't need to do probably anything right here that's going to affect the following place. Instead, we need to go on the survey resource, and right here we need to change the created at and updated at to be new date time, and format them just like we did. Year, month, day, hour, minute, and second. Okay, and we need to wrap these in a parenthesis. All right, let's now have a look. Okay, the date looks much better. Now let's take care of the answers. So if we go on the Vuejs side, we have the latest survey create date, but the data total answers, which is incorrect. So right here, we need to return latest survey answers. Okay, but the latest survey doesn't have answers. That is the latest survey. Okay, and this one does not have answers. If we could, of course, implement answers right here, but that's not actually a good idea, because every time we open the listing of the surveys, if we go in the surveys listing, we are getting right here questions, and now we're gonna get answers as well. Even getting the questions is not a good idea. If we just have a look in the network and reload the page, right here in the response, let's have a look. In the data, each individual survey has questions array. That's questions can be very large data, and we are just loading unnecessary information at that stage. So it's very common to create a different resource for collection and different resource when you're actually fetching the data for that specific item. So in this case, we need to come up to two different resources. Okay, the easiest solution, in my opinion, will be to create a different resource for the dashboard. So let's open the project side, and right here, let's go in the HTTP resources, and I'm going to copy and paste survey resource, and I'm going to call this survey resource dashboard. Oops, dashboard. All right, let's add this. I'm going to change the name survey resource dashboard. Looks good, and let's change these to array. So we need image URL, we need title, we need slug. let's return status, but we don't need description. So description is something we never need on that area. So we can remove this description from that resource. We need created at to show right here, but we don't need updated at. So we can remove this. We don't display expired date, but we can display this right here, as well as the status. So that will be nice to display right here on that latest survey card. So we're going to do that. We don't need questions. However, we can also display that information, but for sure we don't need the collection for the questions. The only thing we might need is the how many questions that survey has. So let's actually remove the survey question collection from here, and we can chain method the questions returns a query object, and we could call count on that. Okay, let's save this, and we need to do something similar for answers. Let's put comma right here. Oops, answers. Let's save this. Now let's go in the dashboard controller, and we need to change this place. We don't need to return survey resource. We need to return survey resource dashboard. Let's move up and remove survey resource. Let's save this and have a look. Reload the page. Okay, now let's inspect this and see what kind of information we get. Reload again. We get the latest survey. This one has answers to be 1, expired date, created at, image URL, questions, also 1, slug, and everything as we expect. If we just edit that survey and have a look, it has only 1 question. Let's add another question. It's going to be question 0, for example. Let's save this. It was updated. If we go in the dashboard and inspect that and reload, we see on the latest survey questions to be 2. Okay, so that is exactly what we want. Now let's go on the front end side, and right here we need to display latest survey dot answers. That's going to be number of answers, and here we have 1. We can duplicate this, and let's make the first one to be questions. It's going to be number of questions. Save this, and we see questions and answers. This one has margin bottom 3, so let's just make it into 1. That looks better. And we could display status as well as the expired date. So I'm going to duplicate this 2 times, and let's call this expire date to be expire date. Save this and have a look. And the last one can be status. And that's going to be, if the latest survey status is active, we're going to write. If that's true, we're going to write active. Otherwise, we're going to write draft right here. So now we have all the information about the survey, like create date, expire date, a status, number of questions, and answers. And that information is accurate. Now, I want to make a couple of improvements in the project. The first one is that on a mobile screen, this default image is broken. So let's open VS Code. Now we need to open default layout and find the place where we just don't use that default icon. That's going to be down below. So right here, we still use the user image URL, which actually doesn't exist. So we need to use default icon right here. So that's line 153. Let's move up and find the place where we are already using hero icon for the user. And I guess this is the, this is the icon. So I'm going to copy that SVG, move down below line 153 right here, and I'm going to replace this with this SVG icon. So let's format the code, save this, and open, and now we see this nice user icon. We can actually increase the width of that a little bit. Yeah, that's much better. Let's remove the developer tools, and we need to increase the width on the desktop as well. So let's move up and change this into 8 and width both. Okay, that's much better. Next, what I want to do is whenever we log out and when we click the sign in button, if the sign-in needs half a second, maybe a second, so we need to show a loading indicator right here when we hit the sign-in button, basically. Okay, so hit on that, loading, and then we will be logged in inside the system. Okay, I'm gonna now open tailwindcss.com, go in the docs, and find right here spinner. I want to take the CSS spinner, the animation. That's the thing I want to get. So this one doesn't give me a code right here for that actual SVG. So I'm going to inspect that. This is the SVG. So I'm going to copy that and now go in the login page. So let's actually close the default layout and open login.vue. Move down below, find that sign in button, and right here, let's put this. I'm going to paste this. So let's save everything and have a look. Now I see this nice spinner. However, I want this to be displayed only when the user clicks and there is loading indicator. Okay, so right here, probably before the error message, I'm going to define, that can be constant as well, const loading equals ref false. So by default, loading is false. Whenever user clicks on loading button, we set the loading value equals loading dot value equals true. And whenever we got the callback in, then we set this into false, as well as if we got an error. So I'm going to copy and paste this right here as well. So at the top, we need to only display the SVG if the loading indicator is true. And we need to also disable the button if the loading indicator is true. So disabled equals loading. Now let's save this and have a look. So if I click the button, loading appears and the button is actually disabled. Let's sign out. Let's try once again. Click on this, we get the loading and the button is disabled. Okay, if we just go in the network and change this into, let's actually sign out and change this into like fast 3G, we click on that, the button is actually disabled. I think we need to change this into slow 3G. Click on that. Now the button is disabled. Even if you continue clicking on that, nothing really happens. But it would be nice if the style changes so that it looks more like a disabled. Okay, let's change this into, let's actually leave this into slow 3G. Open the login view. And right here on this button, I want to add class, and I want to add two properties. First is cursor not allowed, and we need to show that if the loading indicator is true. And second is on a hover, we need to show bg indigo 500. Okay. Now, and that's actually to be displayed if the loading again is true. Now let's save this and click on this, and we see cursor basically disabled. Let's change this into no throttling, sign out, click on that. That looks much better. Another thing we need to improve is the sign up page. So if we go on sign up page and fill up the email, for example, which is already used, we're going to get error from the backend, but the errors are not handled properly on the front-end side, and user doesn't see those errors, which is not very good and user friendly. So let's take care of this. I'm going to open register view and let's make some changes here. Okay, right here I'm going to define a constant errors variable which equals to ref, and the ref was automatically imported from Vue reactivity. If you are manually importing, you can import from here or just from Vue. And we're going to pass an empty object right here because that's going to be finally an object. And we need to add catch case right here. Inside the catch, we get error. And that error basically contains a response, and that response contains the status code. So we need to check if that error response status equals 422, which indicates that this is a validation error, the errors dot value equals error response data, and that data basically is everything received from the backend. So that's the whole response. But we are interested inside the errors. We need to display that. So data dot errors, just like this. And now if we move up and we need to display that errors somewhere right here maybe. So let's just put inside the pre-tags those errors. Save this. Now if we fill up the form, now we get that error. The email has already been taken, password confirmation doesn't match, and we have a bunch of errors, so we need to display them. On the login page, we are using some component Tailwind classes, like, where is it? This one, which is inside the form, which has background red and so on, which is for displaying errors. So we can take this and copy and paste into register. However, I want to make a reusable component now so that whenever we need that, we don't copy and paste. Okay, so I'm going to grab this, and in the component section, I'm going to create a component called alert.view. Okay, let's generate the boilerplate code and paste this right here. Now, what do we need? We need error message. Actually, I'm going to do it in the simplest way. Okay, so I want to just remove this Vuex. I want to remove that span. Let's remove the whole span. And I want to change this and put right here slot. Okay, that's going to be slot. So everything else, I'm going to leave it as it is, so I don't touch in the login. However, I'm going to change these to use alert component, and that error message will go inside there. And if we want that close button to be displayed as well, so we will put this right here as well. Okay, so that's the simplest solution. However, the classes are basically repeated. So we created the component for classes. And let's add right here that the same Vuex. And let's remove this div. Let's first test if that actually works on the login page. So if we just enter incorrect password, we get that the provided credentials are incorrect, which means that this works. Pay attention that the alert was automatically imported by VS Code when we started typing. So down below, you need to import that alert. Okay. And if I click, that basically disappears. If we go in the register now, we need to use the same alert. So probably inside the form right here, I'm going to create alert that, remember, basically is not relevant for the login. Probably we just forgot to remove that. So I'm going to remove this. So in the alert, we put all kind of error messages. So we have those errors. We need to start iterating over those errors and just display them. Let's first add a Vuex. So if the object keys of the error's length exists, which means that if errors is not an empty object, we need to display that alert. Okay, if we just save this so far, go on the register page, fill up that information, and hit the submit, we should already see an empty error alert, which we don't see. Probably we have some kind of error. No, we don't have. All right. All right, let's continue and see. If we have bug, we're going to fix that. Okay, so now we need to add also classes. Probably that's the reason we don't see them, but let's add classes. So I'm going to start iterating over my object keys of errors. I'm going to get the each field that errors, remember, is an object, where key is a field name. Okay, I'm going to take that field. I'm going to add right here a key. So I'm going to start now iterating over errors of that each individual field. If we have a look in the network once again, we see that errors can contain errors for multiple fields. So first we start iterating over those and we get the errors for email and errors for password. Then each individual field might have multiple errors, like password, for example. Then we start iterating over those errors right here. Okay, we get the actual error from the errors.field, not the dot, but the field property. And for some reason, if that does not exist, we're going to get an empty array. I'm going to bind the key index right here as well. And right here, we need to output the error. So let's save this. And now we already see those errors. Probably the reason why we don't see that red is that the alert is not imported. Okay, if we move down below and write an import statement, import alert from, we need to import from components /alert. Save this, and now we need to fill up this form once again. Okay, now we get all kind of errors. Email has already been taken, the password confirmation does not match, the password, and so on. You get the idea, right? Okay, we display the validation errors, which is awesome. Let's actually add the loading indicator just like we did on login. So down below, right here, I'm going to define another constant for loading false. And whenever we start before we make the request, we set loading value equals true. And inside then we set loading value equals false. And we do the same thing inside catch. All right, and let's move up and where's the button? Yeah, right here we have the button. So let's go on the login page and we can copy and paste the whole SVG, but again we can create a component for that. Actually, I want to create dedicated video for creating reusable components in Tailwind, so let's actually copy and paste this so far, and then we can do that later. Okay, I'm going to format the code. We have loading on a button. We're going to add that's going to be disabled if loading is true. Save this and let's fill up everything. Click on that, we see loading. Let's add those classes like cursor not allowed and background classes to the following button as well. All right, click on that and this looks good. Okay, we see that loading and the disabled state as well. Now, let's prepare our Vuejs application for deploying on production. For this, we need to use environment variables. Right now, if we open source Axios.js, right here, we have localhost base URL localhost 8000, which is obviously wrong if we want to deploy this on production. So basically, we're going to get that base URL from .env file. So in the source right here, next to the source, basically, I want to create a couple of files. First of all, I want to create .env example file, which is going to be committed and pushed. Okay. But we're going to create other env files which won't be committed and pushed. So I'm going to open gitignore, and right here I'm going to write that we want to basically exclude .env file. I don't want it to be committed and pushed, as well as .env.production. Okay, I don't want them to be included in the Git. Now, in the env example, I'm going to write void underscore API base URL equals HTTP localhost port 8000. Okay, so every key, and we need to copy and paste in this env file whenever we create that. That example is just for example. So we need to copy and paste and just call this whatever you want in terms of in which environment you want to deploy this. I'm going to call this .env file, and right here now we have void API base URL. So every key should start with a void prefix if you want it to be accessed in your project. Okay, right here, for example, I can already access import meta env and then whatever is the key. So this one in this case. So if I grab that and let's change this, replace with the backticks. So now I can replace that localhost with the following. And I need to restart my server to start reading en files. And now if we have a look, inspect that and fill up the form and click on login. So this actually still works. However, if I open en file and make some changes right there, okay, and then click the sign in button, actually we need to restart the server as I mentioned. So now if I fill up the form and click the sign in button, we get an error. The request was made on the following URL, okay? And that's exactly what we're going to do on production. So we're going to create now env.production, and inside the env.production, we're going to provide right here production API URL. So our API URL will be something like API your surveys.xyz. Okay. Okay, we're going to save that, and now we're going to run npm run build, which will use that .env.production and use that right here in the following place. And our JavaScript CSS is basically ready to access API your surveys.xyz. So when we run npm run build, it created right here dist folder, and that dist folder is whatever we need to deploy. As soon as you log in on your Hostinger H panel, you need to manage the hosting for your desired website. In this case, we want to manage your surveys.xyz. So I'm going to go in the hosting section, and right here, I'm going to click your surveys.xyz manage button. Make sure you also choose your desired website from here. Now let's move down below and find the file manager section. I'm going to click on that. Meanwhile, I'm going to open VS Code, and I'm going to reveal this in Explorer right here. And basically, I want, inside the H panel, I want to go in the public HTML, which has the default PHP. So if we open your surveys.xyz, we see this default page. We want to delete that. So I'm going to click on this, hit delete button, and I'm going to now copy and paste everything from the dist folder into Hostinger. Click upload. That's going to take a couple of seconds. It's uploading everything. And here we go. Now, if we just reload this page, we see our login. So if we inspect this now, go in the network and try to log in, this one makes request on API your surveys.xyz on login, which does not exist yet. It's not yet deployed. So this one will show Hostinger's default welcome page. Okay, now we need to deploy backend. Let's go in the Hostinger H panel and go in the hosting section. Now we need to manage API your surveys.xyz. I'm going to click manage right here. Let's scroll down below and find that file manager section again. Let's go inside public HTML, and we need to delete this default PHP. Now we can do something similar and drag and drop all the files of Laravel application, but I'm not going to do that. That's a bad idea. First, the file size is much more. So if we open our application and open in Explorer, so those are the files we want to drag and drop. So we can select everything and right click and have a look in the properties. So that is 155 megabytes, okay? We don't want to do that. It's going to take much more time, and there are hundreds or like even maybe hundreds of thousands of files inside that, and it's going to be very, very slow. So don't try to do that. So instead, I'm going to show you better and preferred way how you can deploy that. And we're going to use SSH for this. Let me actually close everything and open hPanel again. Let's go in the hosting section. Actually, let's go back. We are already managing this one. And down below, in the advanced section, we have this SSH access. Okay, the SSH we're going to use SSH to access to our server and clone the project through using Git. Okay. Recommended SSH clients are PuTTY or Penguinet. In this case, I'm going to use PuTTY. Okay, just click on this. It will redirect you to the PuTTY download page and download PuTTY for your operating system. And it's an installable file. Just follow, click on next buttons, and it's going to install. I already have PuTTY, so I'm going to now open PuTTY and try to connect to the server. There are two ways to connect to the server. One is using password, and second is using public-private keys. So password sometimes is easier, but it's not the most secure way. And sometimes you forget the password and then you have a headache how you're going to connect to your server. The preferred way is always to connect through public-private keys. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, no worries about it. We're going to generate public-private keys right now, and we're going to give the public key to the server, and we're going to save private key on our local system. And then when we try to connect to the server knows that I'm authorized user and allows me inside the system. Okay, now we have PuTTY opened, and inside PuTTY we can provide SSH IP right here and port as well. Okay, now if I click open right here, it's going to ask me username. I can provide username. Then it asks me password, but I don't want it to ask me password. So I'm going to just call this, give it a name, your surveys.xyz, and click on save. Okay, I'm going to close PuTTY. I don't need at the moment. I just saved that IP and port. I can actually go inside the data, one more additional thing, go inside the connection data, and inside autologin username, just put your username. Okay, now you need to go back into the session and hit on save. Don't forget to do that. Now if I just cancel that, let's open PuTTY once again. The information will be already populated. Okay, here's your service XYZ. I'm going to click load. And if we go in the connection data, the username is saved. Okay, perfect. Now I want to generate public-private keys. I'm going to now open PuTTY Gen. That's the tool to generate public and private keys. You basically need to click on generate button right here and then move mouse randomly, and based on your randomness, it's going to generate some unique keys. Okay, and that's the key it generated at the moment. We can save public key, we can save private keys, and you should do that if you're doing this a very first time. And what this will do, it's going to save your public-private keys in your home directory under .ssh folder right here. Okay, I already have generated my public and private keys. That's why I'm not going to actually save them, but just click Save Public Keys. It's going to ask you to give it a name, and you should specify the location as well to be your home directory inside the SSH folder. Create an SSH folder if that does not exist. Sometimes there are difficulties creating an SSH folder through the Explorer, so just Google how you can do that. Okay, so I'm going to now close this, and I'm going to reopen PuTTY Gen, and now I'm going to click on keys in the menu, or file, sorry, and load private key. Okay, let's go in I'm going to load my existing private key, idrsa.ppk. So double click on that, and it loaded my public key. So I'm going to copy that public key, and in the hPanel, we need to first enable SSH access. So I'm going to enable that switch. Okay, and down below it asks me to add my public key, so I'm going to paste this right here and click add. Okay, it tells me that this is invalid public key. Why is this invalid? Okay, another way how I can see my public key, because probably this is not generated using put again, that's why it identifies this one as invalid, but that's totally fine. So I'm going to just close that, go in the SSH folder right here, and open that public key in using any editor. I'm going to open it with VS Code. Open that. And here's my public key. So I'm going to copy this and now paste it right here. You can do the same thing, open in VS Code. Now my SSH key was stored successfully. Now let's open PuTTY, load our session, and click open. Now it still asks me for the password because PuTTY does not know that I have private keys in my local system. Okay, I'm going to close this once again, reopen it, load this, go inside the SSH section under connection, go in the auth section, and right here under private key file for authentication, I'm going to browse and I'm going to choose the file from my SSH folder idrsa.ppk. I'm going to click open. I'm going to go in this session and hit on save that and open. Now, look at this, what happened. Authenticating with public key imported OpenSSH key. Last failed login is a couple of minutes ago. There were 8 failed login attempts since the last successful login. So I tried it many times. I was testing a couple of things. So now we are successfully logged in. And on that H panel, you have also a couple of basic SSH commands, like what the following commands does, like ls, cd, and so on. So ls will gives us the listing of the files and folders. ls-la will give us in a different format. So we have a couple of files right here. Let me actually expand this. Okay, we have a couple of files right here. We have public HTML. We have a couple of files which starts with dot and they are not displayed in the Hostinger H panel right here. Okay, so what we need to do is now we need to clone our project inside domains. So let's go, we need to go inside domains and ls-la. Right here we see all our domains we have. We need to navigate inside cd API yoursurveys.xyz and type ls-la and we see public HTML. Okay, what we need to do is to put the whole project inside the following folder. So I'm going to basically actually delete that public HTML, and I can delete using rm command, or I can delete the whole API yoursurveys.xyz. So let's go actually back, and I'm going to delete rm-r API yoursurveys.xyz. Okay, now API yoursurveys.xyz was deleted. And I don't see it right here. Now I'm going to clone my project. Okay, now I'm going to open GitHub, go in the repositories and get that project. I'm going to click copy the following URL and I'm going to run git clone and paste the following URL. Okay, so whatever you are doing, if you're following this tutorial until now, you need to push your project somewhere. GitHub is the best place. You can make it even public if you want. Okay, and you need to push, and right now you need clone through the SSH through the HTTPS protocol. Okay, if you want to clone it using SSH protocol with this one, it's gonna ask you to generate public private keys on that server as well. It's a little bit complicated thing. So let's just copy through HTTPS, okay? And I'm gonna call this API the same name, API yoursurveys.xyz, okay? Hit enter on that. It's gonna start cloning. If your repository is private, it will ask you for username and password as well, and you have to provide. Now we have that API yoursurveys.xyz. Now we need to navigate inside the folder. Oops. and we see all the Laravel files and folders right here. We don't see a vendor folder because vendor is installed after we run composer install. So we need to run composer install right here. It's going to take a couple of seconds to install everything. I'm going to pause the recording and get back when this is done. Quick hint, Putty also has possibility to duplicate an existing session. So right click on the header and click on duplicate session, and it's going to start new session, and you're already authorized because you specified your public keys. Now we can go in the domains API yourservice.xyz and we can do something else. We don't need to wait until the composer install is actually done. So I'm going to type ls-la. The vendor folder will already be created, but it's not, the install is not finished yet. What we can do is we can create .env file. Okay, on the left side, this one has already finished. Okay, so I'm going to actually close this. I don't want two terminals at the moment. Let's clear up. And now I want to copy using cp command env.example into env file. Okay, now we need to edit our env file, and I'm going to use nano for this because it's easy. nano.env, and now we have that opened. Now we need to change the application name, and I'm going to call this, let's put in the double quotations, that's survey manager or something like this. So that's your application name. The environment is, in this case, prod. It's a production environment. We need to generate API key as well, so we're going to run an artisan command for that. We need to disable debug, of course, so we need to set this into false. What's the app URL? That's going to be htaccess API yourservice.xyz. That's the application URL. Okay, log channels tag, so we can leave others by default. We need to specify connection for MySQL. For this, let's go in the Hostinger H panel. On the left side, we need to find a database section and click on MySQL databases. Right now, we have only one database that's for another project. We need to create now a new one, and I'm going to call this your surveys. Let's just call this your surveys. Okay, the username will be the same. The password I'm going to generate. I'm going to generate now new password for that, or I can specify whatever I want. If you on the right side we have that button generate password. I'm going to get this and open the putty, and I'm going to put this right here. Let's put this in the double quotations to make sure that it works. Okay, we need to specify what's the database name. We specified the database name to be your surveys, but we need to grab the whole thing. So let's actually create this. Okay, database was created successfully. This is the database. So this is the database. I'm going to get this and paste right here. The username, the username, I think it's the same thing, but let's actually copy and paste right here. And the host and port, I think it's localhost, and the port will be default port. Okay, you don't need to configure anything else right now. Just click Ctrl-O on your keyboard and then enter, and then Ctrl-X to exit from here. Okay, we created our en file. We run composer install, and now we need to run php artisan key generate --ansi. Okay, application key set successfully. Now we can open en with nano again and see right here we have the app key. We can close this using Ctrl and X. And now the last thing we need to do is to run migrations, I think. So php artisan migrate. Now migrations were successfully run. Now we can try to access API yourservice.xyz, and we see the page is lost. So why is that? Because in the Hostinger H panel in the file manager, if we just refresh these, we see a lot of folders, but we don't see public HTML. Hostinger looks for public HTML folder right here, and that's going to be the folder which will be served. Okay. We don't have public HTML, but we have public folder. And inside the public, we have index.php. So if our public folder would be named public HTML, Hostinger would read that and make it working. However, if we just rename public into public HTML, that's not going to work because Laravel application will be broken. Laravel expects public, but the Hostinger expects public HTML. How we're going to do that? So actually, we're going to have both using symbolic links. So again, we type pwd. We are in the API user surveys.xyz folder. I'm going to type ls-la, and we see public folder right here. Now I'm going to type ln-s, and I'm going to specify right here public. I want to make a symbolic link of public into public HTML. Okay, we hit enter on that. Now we type ls again, and now we see public HTML, which corresponds to public. And if we open and refresh in the file manager of Hostinger, we see right here that symbolic link. Well, it indicates that public corresponds to public, but that's actually not quite true. We see this using SSH. Now, if we open API surveys.xyz and reload, we see Laravel's welcome page, which is awesome. Now, let's go in our login page. Actually, we need to register, so I'm going to specify the information. I'm going to type incorrect password. Let's open the network to observe and click sign up. Now, the API connection is successfully done. We get the password confirmation. We get the basically validation errors. Now, if I specify correct password, hit sign up, I am logged in inside the system. However, we have an error. And what's the error? Image URL. So that error basically happens because we try to get the data, and the data, the latest survey is null, and on the dashboard, we don't handle the scenario when the latest survey is null. Okay, that's our bug of our code. We can fix that. But the application is actually deployed and working. Okay, so if we go in the survey section, click add new survey, and let's call this test 1. We can choose an image, this one, and let's give it some lorem ipsum. Let's give it some expire date as well. Hit on active, add a couple of questions, test 1. Save that. Okay, survey was successfully updated. That actually should be created, but anyway, the survey was actually created. If I go on the dashboard now, I see the dashboard is working. Okay, because now we have that survey. If we go in the surveys page, of course, we're going to see that. And when we click on that public link, now we have an error. Something is actually wrong. And why is that happening? Because we are using history mode for navigation for our Vue application. And we need to have a proper rewrite. Even if we just copy and paste or just refresh this page, we will see not found. Okay? When we try to access the root domain, then it works and navigating works fine. But as soon as we reload, we lost everything. Okay? This is something we need to take care of and handle. Let's actually close the API user surveys XYZ file manager, and we're going to go into hosting section, but in this case, inside your surveys.xyz. Now, let's go in the file manager, and we have to make some changes inside the public HTML folder. Let's open this. Right here, I'm going to create a new file and call this htaccess, which is the Apache configuration file for local folder. Okay, I'm going to open that, and right here I'm going to rewrite engine to be turned on. So we are turning on the rewrite engine, and we need to write the following rewrite conditions. If the request file name is not a file, So whatever comes in the URL, if that's not a file, and if that's not a directory, we need to redirect to index.html. So if the request file name comes on CSS or JavaScript file or image, and that file exists, it's gonna just serve that file. Otherwise, it's gonna redirect everything to index.html. Okay, we need to save this. And now let's have a look. So if I just reload this, it's gonna start working. Okay, and let's close this. And if we click that link right now, it's gonna start working as well. Okay, so I'm gonna type some test answer right here, click on submit. We got the response, go in the application, go on the dashboard, and now we see one answer, and the survey has one answer as well. So everything works so far. So we have registration, sign up, and dashboard, and everything. And of course, we're going to have pagination as well, but I'm not going to go ahead and create 20 surveys. Next time, if you want to upload a new version of Frontend Vuejs, so you can delete everything like assets, favicon, index.html, but don't delete htaccess. You're going to need that. Okay, so just delete everything and re-upload the whole folder. That's the end of this video, and I hope you enjoyed it. If you feel that this video was a little bit of helpful for you, just give it a like. That helps YouTube algorithm a lot, and that's going to promote my video and offer it to others. You're going to find the source code in the video description. Also, I'm going to put in the video description the survey, which is from the application we just built. If you have one additional minute, please complete that survey. We don't have possibility to see answers yet, full answers I mean, but we're going to do that in the next series, and you're going to see your answer somewhere right there. Well, it's not going to be your answer because you're not going to enter your name or something. It's anonymous, but somewhere there will be your answer, like which you have filled. You get the idea.